Okay, the recording has started.
Okay, thank you. Call this meeting to order. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on April 7th at 2021 at 4:04 p.m. Victor Young is our administrator for tonight. Running the controls. My name is Bruce Wolf. I am the chair. And with me is Vice Chair Matthew Yankee, and the rest of the task force is present except for Member LaHood, but we'll call roll. Please do so.
Yes. On the call of the roll, Member Schmidt.
Present.
Schmidt present. Member LaHood. LaHood absent. Member Frazier.
Present.
Frazier present. Member Pamaban.
Present.
Pamaban present. Member Wong. Member Wong, you are muted.
Present. Is that working?
Wong present. Member Stein.
Here.
Stein present. Member Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Neighbors present. Member Forsley.
Here.
Forsley present. Vice Chair Yankee.
Present.
Yankee present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. We have a quorum. I just wanted to read our remote access information. In accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order declaring a state of emergency regarding COVID-19 outbreak, the Mayor of London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency, including a guidance for gathering issued by San Francisco Department of Public Health officer. Aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their boards and committees to convene remotely and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comment by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available on our website at http://sfbos.org/sunshine. That completes my initial announcements.
Okay, great. If you would, okay, and then, okay. And then also, as the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as affects the legislative process. Our meeting decorum states any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave or be removed from the meeting. Okay, any changes or adjustments to the agenda? No? Okay. All right, let's move to our next item. Please call number 2.
Yes, item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of March 3rd, 2021.
Any changes or adjustments to the minutes?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I have just a couple here. Let me know when you're ready, Victor.
Give me a quick moment. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, on the first page, the vote for the first item, Member Highland is listed as voting twice.
Page 1. Highland listed as voting twice.
And then the other thing I had is we probably should put the time of adjournment that's missing on this one at the very end.
And requested the time of adjournment.
That's all I had.
This is Member Stein. This is a very small point, but on item 9, under Chair's Report Special Projects, the last sentence says Mr. Warfield, describes next request as a catastrophe, and it has a question mark at the end. I think it just needs to be a period.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself to remove the question mark. Sometimes when I proof the agendas, I put in question marks where I'm not sure what is supposed to be there, and we must have missed following up and removing that. All right, I am writing these notes as we go.
Okay, any other changes or adjustments to the minutes?
Yes, I have a few. On page similar to the action. On item 2, Member Highland is repeated twice on the motion passed by the following vote.
Okay, that was for Padmanabhan on.
Yes.
Just please identify yourself before you speak, or if I don't do it for you. Thank you.
On the first motion, Member Highland is repeated twice. On the second motion, Member Wong is repeated twice. And still on item 3 in the last motion, Member Neighbors is repeated twice.
Okay, then we have Member Wong.
And one more.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. On page 3.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You can off for a sec.
Which page?
On page 3. Can you hear me? Is it? So on page 3, under public comment, it says Peter Warfield stated that he had difficulty understanding the minutes and could not identify the male voice who said something about the and who could answer questions. So I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, we'll look at that and we'll clean up the language.
Okay. And that's what it is.
Member Wong.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note about some of the anonymous references to speakers. I think it genders people, and I think we should just remove the genders without knowing.
Sure. You can replace either remove the genders or replace it with the word they or them. And just be cognizant, members, for those that are attending today that are anonymous, that is probably a preferential pronoun. Okay, anything else for the minutes? Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Public comment on the minutes.
Okay, members of the public who wish to provide public comment on item number 2, the approval of the minutes, you may do so at this time. Please state your name if you would like to make public comment at this time.
Yes, Peter Warfield, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter Warfield. Are there any other callers who would like to make comment on this item?
Anonymous, please.
Okay, we'll start with those two. Mr. Warfield, you may proceed.
Yes, will you give me a 30-second warning, please? I don't
Yes.
have a timer handy. Thank you very much. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. As I've noted before, I have given some of these details about identity, if you like, for a reason, and part of it is to replace what can happen at a real meeting, excuse me, where people can go up to each other and comment personally about what they've heard, what they've seen, and basically make a connection if that seems appropriate and desired on both sides. So the first thing I have to say is that I'm very disappointed that even though I have made a point of giving my name and affiliation, everything has been stripped out except the name. Now, the Sunshine Ordinance requires that you state who spoke if they gave their name, but it also says you need to summarize what they have said. And I think that I have made a point of giving an affiliation. The group that I head has also made a complaint, which is currently in progress. So I think it's appropriate to honor that, basically using the name and so on that people offer you. I have yet to understand, and I've tried repeatedly to speak with somebody about, well, the administrator, by sending emails and phone calls. I actually have been trying to speak for about a month in connection with the complaint and also with connection with what's going on with the minutes. But there's no explanation of why all that has been stripped out. I can say that in the past, at least the Library Users Association, which we gave, was included when we were referenced. So that's number one. I think it's important, when Black Lives Matter say her name, say his name, say their name. There's a reason for that. And I think names and, beg your pardon?
That was your 30 seconds.
Thank you. I agree with some of the issues that were raised about the content. I think that some of the content here is not clearly summarized. In particular, I said that next request is seriously problematic with respect to the requesters, and I did say it was a catastrophe from that perspective. A lot of the comments that are summarized here just don't really seem to make that much sense. Some of them are fine, but quite a few of them are pretty much incomprehensible. And I think that you should make the changes and then approve them after the changes have been made so that they can again be seen by the body and also by the public. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Anonymous, you may begin your public comment.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous. I agree with Member Wong. There's a thing that calls out one of the anonymous speakers, an anonymous female speaker, and I don't think that's appropriate. Nobody calls out anonymous male speakers as different from anyone else. There's a bigger issue with the motion as recorded for the item against the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. That is not the motion that was made, and I stated this during general public comment there, and I'm stating it again now. Member Neighbors and Member Schmidt made a very precise motion. It did not remove Jose Cisneros and Teresa Buckley from respondents. You never changed my respondents in that case. You found 4 violations, and it's at 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds in the audio tape. The motion as recorded completely misses the violation for metadata that Member Neighbors proposed and that you all voted for and that I won. And she specifically made 4 violations. 6726 for withholding all information about a future meeting between Cisneros and the mayor. 6721B for printing and scanning electronic records, which does not constitute a copy of the original records. 6726 for withholding hyperlinks, URLs, email addresses, and 6726 for withholding all non-exempt email and calendar metadata instead of minimally redacting it. And I understand people might wonder, why does Anonymous care when he's already won? They gave me most of the stuff after, including the metadata, after you made your ruling. I care because the motion is what's copied into the order of determination and is kind of the legacy of the work that this task force does, that I do, that the city does on each case. and I do think it's worth it to be precise about what you have determined is disclosable. So I'd urge you to correct the motion as exactly moved, seconded, and voted upon at 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds in the audio tape. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor, before we move on, I just want to respond to that. I did see the email from you, Anonymous, on this, and I wanted to wait until you spoke because your message said something about it being in the agenda, and in the subject line it said draft minutes, so I wasn't quite sure what you're referring to. So thanks for the clarification. I don't think I'll leave it open. Once we get through public comment, we'll come back to it, and we'll see what the rest of the task force members feel about it, and then we'll take it up from there. Next speaker.
Are there any additional members of the public who wish to comment on the approval of the minutes?
Okay, members. So there was, as Anonymous had referred to, this is in the minutes for file number 19131, and there is, it has been truncated quite a bit, and I think it should be amended to include the proper language that was presented by Member Neighbors and seconded by Member Schmidt. If there are no objections, we'll add that to the edits.
Give me a quick moment. I just want to get to that and get the exact language you want to change it to. That's 193.
19131.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it through, or do you have it?
Give me a quick moment. I'm pulling up that motion so that I can make the appropriate changes. But
Okay.
yes, please do list it.
Okay,
I am ready
so,
to transcribe.
okay, so it should be noted as action. Action moved by Member Neighbors, seconded by Member Schmidt, to find.
And please,
Sure.
we're talking about the last meeting of March.
No, of yes, of March 3rd.
March 3rd, okay. Oh, okay. I must have been looking at the wrong item. Sorry, I copied the wrong thing. Okay, I am ready again.
Okay, so it's stated as action, capital M, moved by Member Neighbors, seconded by Member Schmidt, to find that Jose Cisneros, comma, Teresa Buckley, comma, and Treasurer's Office violated Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26, for withholding all information about a future meeting between Cisneros and the mayor, comma, 67 sub B, as in Bravo, for printing and scanning electronic records, which does not constitute a, quote, copy, close quote, of the original records, comma, 67.26 for withholding hyperlink URLs, comma, email addresses.
One moment.
Sure.
One pause. You listed 67.26 twice. Do you want those as separate listings or?
Yes, because they're two different allegations, two different findings.
Before I go further, I believe it's not just the treasurer's office; it's the treasurer's tax collector's office.
Okay. I'm just reading from what has been suggested.
It's a pretty title.
That's fine.
I'm on the third motion, which is 67.26 for withholding hyperlink.
Hyperlink URLs, comma, email addresses, comma, and 67.26 again for withholding all non-exempt email.
Withholding all hyphen
All,
exempt.
no, non-exempt.
For all non
hyphen exempt.
Got it.
Email and calendar metadata instead of minimally redacting it, period. Now this is verbatim from the audio tape. So it can be I guess it can be adjusted to be more exacting by using the treasurer tax collector's office, if that's appropriate.
We will make necessary clerical changes to it.
Okay, great. Also, be noted for these minutes that the metadata was missing from the minutes copy itself, from the document as posted.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, members, are there any concerns about that? This is just being more exact to the motion that was made at the meeting at the time, verbatim from the minutes, so that it's correct, and that way the order determination reflects the same. Okay, hearing no more other public comment, are we ready for a vote? Okay, when you're ready, Victor, please call.
We need a mover and a second.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. Is there somebody want to move the minutes, please?
This is Member Wong, motion to approve the minutes.
Moved by Member Wong, is there a second?
Member Frazier seconds.
So be it. Okay.
Yeah, moment. Sorry for all the delays. I'm just trying to get everything down in writing, so there are no questions at a later time. Motion to approve the minutes as amended. We have already taken public comment on this item. On that motion, sorry, my list is off. Sorry about this. I just am not completely set up.
That's okay. Take your time.
Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood. LaHood absent. Member Potamon.
Aye.
Potamon, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Forsley.
Aye.
Forsley, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes with Member LaHood being absent.
I just want to recognize Member LaHood just joined the meeting at 4:29.
Thank you.
Okay, I do want to one other piece of housekeeping for the agenda that I failed to bring up. Item number, I'm looking at the minutes. Hold on, let me get back to the agenda. Whoops. Items number 10, 9 and 10, which is file numbers 20066 and 19145. We were notified a couple of days ago that the representative from the police commission had a scheduling conflict because the police commission meets at the same time. And they wouldn't be able, they requested that these items be moved to the top of the agenda. The problem is, we've dealt with this before in various different iterations of, but, once the agenda has gone out, it makes it a little difficult to make those adjustments if people before them have adjusted their own agendas. And, folks that work with the police commission, they know all too well when those commission meetings meet. So, this would, if we were to make this adjustment, we would have to ask all the other parties for the previous items if they would be willing to have their items be moved down 2 slots at this point. The police commission folks have asked for a continuance. Our rules do not allow it, and it doesn't even allow the complainant to actually be party to that. It's really up to the task force. At this point, because it's so late breaking. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. And if we wanted to make an adjustment to the agenda, we would, need to go through a process. Now, this isn't the first time. We've already provided a continuance to 19147 last month for the respondent. So this is where it's coming back.
Public comment?
No.
This is Member Wong.
Member Wong.
Chair Wolf, question. So the request was made today. Is that correct?
No, it was made on Monday.
And the agenda went out on Friday, correct?
Correct, but everybody gets a meeting notice well in advance of a week that are parties. And frankly, police commission meetings, it's well known that they are coincide with our meetings. So, knowing that that this was continued from the February, it actually was continued from the February meeting, not the March meeting, excuse me, that, I'm disinclined to allow it. And it would put us through a process now that would probably take us another 30 minutes to get through in asking every single file, the parties for files before these cases, these files, whether they would be open to it. People, have planned to be here, as close to, where they are on the agenda, and that would mean that they would have to stay longer. So, Member Highland.
Member Highland here. So basically, you're asking if one of us would like to entertain a motion. If we do not entertain that motion to change the agenda, then we keep the agenda as is?
That's correct.
Okay.
I just wanted to give you some opportunity to ask questions, get clarification about what's going on. And then I was going to call for a motion. And if there wasn't any motion, then it will everything will stay as is. And when we get to those items, then we'll deal with how we'll proceed with them at that point. Any other questions?
Yes.
Member LaHood?
So is this always going to be a problem because of the timing of these two meetings? And will we know in the future that anyone from the police department always needs to be early in the schedule, or is it just the particular individuals involved in this case?
Well, it's whoever is the representative that the police commission is sending. It was the conflict with that person. Now, I don't know if that's the only sole person that has the ability to do that, but certainly they could send a different representative, or any of the members of the commission. I mean, if they're meeting at the same time, they can't be present here, obviously. If this is going to be a continual problem, then they should notify us, and then we might have to figure out some other way, either through a special meeting or some other process in order to deal with it. Some of these cases that come forward can take some time. So even if we put it at the beginning of the meeting, by the time they have to leave, they might be asking for a continuance during the meeting. That's happened before too. So, and sometimes they just leave. So, and then that poses an imposition on the task force at that point. So, trying to avoid that. But for this time, I just feel that it's a little late in the day to be asking for a continuance. Had they done it a week before, at least, it would have activated our process a little differently, the way it's written. Member Forsley. You're muted.
Thanks. I think Member Highland might have been before me.
He already spoke.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that I believe that it says that this would be some type of like we're deciding on the spot to alter the agenda, correct?
Correct.
So I thought that was not okay. And I just feel like even if we voted on it, then we're just like changing the rules right now, probably, which is not the best idea.
We're not adding anything to the agenda. We're just moving the order of the agenda around. That is perfectly okay. We've done it many, many, many times before. We just can't add things to the agenda. We can only decide what is on the agenda itself. But we have made accommodations to move things around before. It's just that we can't. We can remove things off the agenda if they're not going to happen for some reason, but we can't add things. That's the
I do understand the adding part because it's already been like posted to the public. It seems like kind of moving around, just giving people's times might just be difficult right now. And I would tend to agree with you that we should probably just leave it where it is. And when we come to it, do that, because if I had a case that was supposed to be called first and 2 cases went ahead of mine, I would not be happy with that.
Very good. Member Highland, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, give everyone some institutional knowledge. They've probably done this about half a dozen times in the last 8, 9 years. They post their agendas the same day we do. They know who has to be there. I think their representative needs to coordinate with our clerk better to, ask for continuances well in advance of the agendas being posted when they get that first notification. So I agree that I think we just keep things as is. That's all.
Okay. All right. I'm going to forego public comment on this. There's no motion on the floor. It's just a matter of bringing it up. If there was a motion, it would have been substantial. I would allow it. I just want to get on with our meeting. We have a lot to get through here. If anybody has any concerns, please bring them up during public comment. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's call the first item, please.
Chair Wolf, would you like to
Yes.
read item 3 and 4 at the same time or call them separately?
No, calling them separately.
Okay. Item number 3, file number 19048, complaint filed by Justin Barker against the San Francisco Zoo for violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. This matter was heard by the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and which moved to return the matter to the task force with recommendation for escalation of action due to noncompliance of the order of determination.
Okay. Member LaHood, who is chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Was this, did the committee want to make a recommendation to combine the two items, or is there?
I
you
don't
heard them the same day.
We heard them the same day. I think that would make sense. We did not vote specifically on that, but I think my fellow committee members would agree that that would be a good idea at this point.
Okay. If I'm going to take it, the reason why
would you like a motion?
That, the reason why I said we're going to hear them separately because I didn't hear from anyone. Mm-hmm. So until I hear from someone, that's why I'm inquiring with you.
I would like to make a motion to combine items 3 and 4 on the agenda. These have gone back and forth from the task force to the committee a couple of times, and they're always on the same. They are always listed adjacently, and conversations tend to overlap. I think it would make sense going forward to combine these two items, and that is my motion.
Okay, before we take a second, can I just clarify that we're gonna be hearing each of the files independently, but just together. We're not combining them into one file. Is that correct?
If that is what you recommend, I think yes. I think we should. If you think it's a good idea for us to have discussion on both of them together, but not combine the files, but to hear them jointly, I think that would be a good idea, and I will make a motion to that effect.
Yeah, I'm just saying because these are already adjudicated. You're returning these back to the task force for escalation. So yes. They're still they're independent. They've already been adjudicated. We want to keep it that way. And we'll want to make sure that if the violations if there are additional violations, that both file numbers are applied appropriately, because they're two separate orders of determination that we'll be hearing. Correct?
That makes sense. We will, because we're responding to two different orders of determination, it makes sense to keep the files separate, but because the discussion overlaps so much between the two, I think having overlapping discussion would help move the conversation along faster and will be relevant to both cases.
Okay, great. So with that, the motion on the floor is to that we'll be hearing both items 3 and 4 together, keeping each item as a file number independent from each other, and we'll move along with the process from that point forward. Is there a second?
This is Member Wong. I'll second that motion.
Okay, moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Wong. Any other discussion? Okay, public comment on the motion.
Give me a quick moment. Just getting organized. Is there any public comment on the motion to hear items 3 and 4 together?
Yes, please.
Yes, we have Mr. Warfield who would like to make public comment. Please proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We are not connected to these complaints. We've commented before about the potential confusion procedurally with respect to how things will work, and in particular with respect to what is going to happen with public comment on these items. They're listed as 2 separate items. Will there be all the material taken from both of them and then 1 public comment period? How long will that be? Will there be public comment individually as each one presumably is presented separately? This is not clear. If there is clarity in procedures, I would be very interested to get a referral to that. But I have yet to hear this is something that has happened in the past, and I don't know that I've gotten a clear answer that has been consistent over time. And in any case, it's been quite a while since I recall raising the question. I don't know if there is any standard procedure that you want to apply, but in any case, I think it ought to be at least clear to the public and perhaps to the parties as well as to how exactly you are planning to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on sorry, I didn't catch that. You cut off a little bit. Is there any other members of the public for public comment on this motion? I do not hear any other public commenters.
Public comment is closed. Okay, members, let's take a vote. Please call roll.
Yes, on the motion. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Forsley.
Aye.
Forsley, aye. Member Padmaban.
Aye.
Padmaban, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Highland. Oh, sorry. Highland's listed twice. I copy that from the last set of minutes. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Thank you. Okay, just for everyone's edification, our complaint procedure has in section 10 discusses combining petitions and complaints. It is at our discretion to determine how the process works, and based upon the conditions and the issues before us. This particular case, both these cases have been heard several times before. It's been heard in committee. It's been heard at the task force. It's been heard back at committee. There's been plenty of opportunity for public comment for each of the items. The nucleus of the facts are very much similar. So any comments or discussions that we may have are probably most likely will be to the facts that are similar to both the files. It'll give the public opportunity to pick up any of the trailing facts and issues that we might bring up during this discussion. So it'll be only the standard 3-minute per public commenter for this, and we shall proceed. So I'm going to hand it over to Member LaHood, who's chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee. She can work with her fellow committee members, try and get us up to speed of why this is coming back to the task force.
So this is coming back to the task force for non-compliance with our order of determination. Records were requested, they've not been provided. The challenging aspect of this situation is that requests are being made of the San Francisco Zoological Society, which manages the zoo on behalf of the city of San Francisco, which owns the zoo and the animals. There is a contract governing this relationship, but our interpretation of the contract and the interpretation of the Zoological Society and Parks and Rec seems to not be entirely in alignment, which is why I believe we are continuing to see non-compliance in this area. Do my fellow members of Compliance and Amendments have anything to add?
No, nothing to add.
Okay. So was there any recommendation, like specific recommendation that the committee?
Our recommendation is sending back to the task force with the recommendation for escalation. We decided not to make a specific escalation recommendation because we thought it deserved discussion among the task force to determine the exact course of action. But it is very clear that there has been non-compliance with the orders of determination in both of these cases.
Would also like to note that we've also had legal counsel confirm that along the way here. So the crux of the matter is that the Zoological Association is a contractor with the city. It's not just in their original contract or an MOU with the city that there would be transparency, but just in general, city contractors are obliged in writing in their contracts to comply with sunshine. And so just on that fact base alone, that's just a standard within our city government. But even though this contract with them is pretty old, it was written in that contract that there would be a level of transparency, and for the documents and the records and the information that's being requested falls under that. I see a hand from Member Neighbors.
Thank you. We also discussed when we're thinking about escalation, one of the compelling issues in this case is just how long the petitioner's been seeking relief, and that how many times it's gone through the various committees. We wanted to make sure that we were thinking of an escalation that wasn't just going to, or we wanted to try to not send the petitioner on yet another unsolvable, road, but to maybe bring it back to the committee so that we could use our collective resources here to figure out the best way forward on the behalf of that petitioner for relief. We discussed a little bit about escalating to the Ethics Commission, but we did have some concerns about that recommendation. And so it would be that discussion of whether or not other members think that would be a good route for the petitioner to get relief would be really welcome.
And I might add, it's not just for this petitioner, but any other requester of information moving forward. This would be a precedent-setting issue, considering the questions that are being asked by the public for the people that are taking care of the zoo on the people's behalf. I would. So what are the options that are open to us rhetorically? What are the options that are open to us for enforcement to get the records released? I don't think the Ethics Commission is the right place to go, because mostly what's going to happen at the Ethics Commission is really more about dealing with misconduct issues, and they don't really have any jurisdiction over the zoo. But they have, and we've already been, I think we've already, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've already been told by the Recreation and Parks Department, and I think there was one other entity, I don't remember which one it is, that that basically said it's on the zoo. It's like, if you were asking us for that information and we had it, we'd give it to you, but we don't have that information. And supposedly there is this special commission that was set up, a joint commission that includes the zoo, to have that information. And I think supposedly that commission doesn't have that information either. So the zoo is being asked as the contractor to provide that information, since they hold that information. They're not they're not an independent entity from the city and county of San Francisco when it comes to managing the people's property and assets. So let's just think about what other place, if you had to get a contract to be enforced, who would we refer this to in the city? Who manages such things? And feel free to engage our legal counsel, who might be able to help us kind of think that through. Our legal counsel for tonight is DCA Helen Castillo. I see Member Forsley and then Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I was just gonna say probably I guess what we're coming down to now is like some type of legal enforcement, because it sounds like they don't want to comply and because they're just reading the text differently. But I think it's already been said that they're subject to the Sunshine Ordinance even in other types of text, just generally, because of the amount of money they get from the city. But I guess if I know there's a contracts department with the city, so I don't know if their contract is held there. I forget I know Rec and Park said they didn't have it, but yeah, I mean, I guess any city department that would hold their contracts, I guess. But you said that's not Rec and Park?
Well, they are. I think the contract is Rec and Park, but the Rec and Park is a city department, so it's with the city. Rec and Park is not a enterprise agency, which would be considered a kind of a government nonprofit that has its own independence, like the airport or the port or the Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah, they're just the city department. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is we could probably since Rec and Park, it sounds like they already said they don't have it, but the city actually has like a contracting department that I assume a contract that big would probably rest in. That's just an idea.
Okay. Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I mean, this is an issue it comes up, I'm guessing, a lot, and it will continue to come up, and it's probably going to be something that people are going to become very frustrated with, which is the fact that I think that Mr. Barker, in reality, he's kind of exhausted what he can get from the Sunshine Task Force, in my opinion. And, we can send him through the Ethics Commission process and watch him get nothing. I don't know if he's here listening, but, we might as well tell them that doesn't tend to turn into anything for people. And his one option that I know of is not through anything that the Sunshine Task Force can do, but it's not necessarily optimal, but he's got to file his own lawsuit if he wants to really go forward on this. And I don't see anything else. So that's my 2 cents.
Member Yankee, Vice Chair Yankee.
Sure. 2 points. I think at one point we did have someone from the city administrator's office come to one of our meetings because we, kind of echoing what Member Forsley said about, wouldn't this contract be under someone? And the city administrator's office kind of basically told us there's not much they can do. This is a contract through Rec and Park. So there's that. So, I agree, though, that I do see this as a contracts compliance sort of issue. And so I'm just wondering if this isn't something we should perhaps bring to the board's attention, since they may be the ultimate decider of contracts. And I'm not sure if at some point this needs to get renewed. But I do think it's important because so much city money is going to them that there's, I think, a serious breach of the contract here. So I'll end there.
Member Forsley?
I just wanted to say again, I agree with what Member Yankee said. I think the equivalent of, or a boost up, would be the Board of Supervisors, and he could go someplace and file his own lawsuit. But I think my question is, if on behalf, does the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force have, I know we discussed last time, we don't really have an ends with the DA or ends with the city attorney, stuff like that, but would it make sense to try to build something like that? Because it seems like the city can just say no, and then where does it go? I think we talked about that last time too. So.
Okay, Member LaHood.
I was just going to echo. I think I agree with Member Yankee, or Vice Chair Yankee. I think the Board of Supervisors is a good place to go, especially because we know there's so much money involved here.
Go ahead, Member Forsley.
I was just going to ask, since we're making a decision to recommend it to the Board of Supervisors, regarding process, how would that interject itself into a Board of Supervisors meeting? What would be the process that we could, if we're saying that, offer directly, it will go to this committee, then it will go to this location?
So basically the way it works is the ordinance basically describes that we have the opportunity to make any kinds of reports where we feel the implementation, there are problems with the implementation of the Sunshine Ordinance. So here's a problem, right? There are three things I want to suggest. One is, I agree, moving forward with notifying the Board of Supervisors, obviously. I think we should also notify the mayor's office, because this is an executive branch issue. Okay, the CEO, essentially the CEO of the city is the mayor, and so essentially the signature for these contracts is ultimately the mayor, for whatever year it was signed in, but that carries forward to every subsequent mayor. The third thing is I want to engage our legal counsel, DCA Castillo, and ask, do you think this is something that we should report directly to the city attorney's office as being a somewhat of a breach of contract kind of issue? Or is there some other office or agency we should engage first that will then subsequently, engage the city attorney's office?
So Chair Wolf, are you asking
Yes.
me that question?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
So to the extent that the contract is through the Rec and Park would be the department, I believe, who could initiate some sort of request for legal action or review by the city attorney's office, because I think the contract lies within Rec and Park ultimately.
But aren't all contracts still part of the city and county government? And isn't there kind of a
that they're managed.
central?
Sorry. Yeah, they are, but it is managed through various different departments and different entities. So as the starting point, that might be one I need to get back to you on whether you as the Sunshine Task Force could also initiate a separate request for enforcement. But I believe if you're asking which entity could initiate that, it would be the department or the office that manages the contract, to the extent you're talking about a breach of contract issue.
Okay. Hold on a minute, Vice Chair Yankee. I just want to follow up with DCA Castillo. Unfortunately, the thing is our enforcement power is limited. So we can compel. I don't know necessarily what that means, but essentially our order of determination is basically an order to compel production of the records. And then if they aren't produced, then it's supposed to go to some form of enforcement. So we're trying to find that path at this point. And if Rec and Park is, as they already has dug in their heels and put the onus back on us to deal with the Zoological Society directly, and won't take responsibility for it, what do you see, or what can you suggest or advise us at this point?
I think to give you a more detailed answer, I'd need to look into that in greater detail. I could get back to you during this meeting, but I would need to go back and take a look at, as you said, what enforcement powers you have beyond ordering that the documents be produced in terms of initiating the next step of enforcement through legal action.
Okay. I mean, go ahead, Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead. I'll respond after.
Sure. Two things. The first is that I just wanted to point out that we already did, include the Rec and Parks Department on our correspondences, and they've obviously not been particularly interested in moving this forward. So I don't think we can rely on them to make that referral. And then, the sentence I'm looking at would be in 6730C. And it says, the task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement powers under this ordinance or under the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act whenever it concludes that any person has violated any provision of this ordinance or the acts. And so if referrals can be made to the city attorney's office for compliance issues, I certainly think that would fall under our ability to make that referral under that section. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And let me throw this out too. Is district court considered a municipal office? DCA Castillo, you can chime in on that too.
Yeah, I don't think the district court is considered as a municipal office, and in order to be heard before the district court, you would need to have a legal mechanism via a lawsuit or a case. So you couldn't just refer it to the district court and expect that they would do anything about it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, what is there an action? Is there a way forward that we should take here? Member Forsley.
I was just going to say the fact that Rec and Park seemed to have brushed it off so easy, maybe we didn't go, or that person didn't go to the right person at Rec and Park. And potentially, I know it's been a long time that this has been going back and forth, but it seems like the person that they engaged was solely with like the San Francisco Zoo representative, which is not a city person. It's not the Rec and Park person. So if they wanted to get the documents, maybe we should have somebody higher up in Rec and Park respond to this.
Okay. I have Member Padmanabhan, then Member Frazier, and then Vice Chair Yankee.
So I'd like to understand historically what were the paths that were followed. Have we in the past gone directly to the board?
Yes, we've gone to the board. We've gone to many places. We've gone to the DA. We've gone to the Attorney General's office. We've gone to the Ethics Commission. We haven't. I wouldn't say that we've gone to the board directly. I mean, in instances like for something like this, because the board has limited power over the executive branch. They can't make directives. They can pass an ordinance, but that means that the mayor would have to agree, or the mayor just not, sign it after a certain period of time. But that could take a long time. They have to go through a whole legislative process with that. We have been mulling around whether we could file a lawsuit or not. But I think, speaking to Member Forsley's suggestion, when we a little further, she's getting a little warmer, I think, on this, because who is really the responsible party to assure that contracts are being complied with? So let's move down our list here, Member Frazier.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wolf. I was just going to kind of reinforce, it sounds to me like this needs some kind of political visibility to some extent and a little bit of a different outlet. So notifying the mayor's office and making them aware of this, I think would be a good next move based on the fact that it sounds like we haven't explored that option previously. And so I know Chair Wolf, you brought that up. If that's included in the motion, I'd be inclined to support that motion.
Okay, Vice Chair Yankee, and then Member Schmidt.
Sure. Just to respond to Member Forsley's question, the correspondence was actually sent directly to Phil Ginsburg, who's I believe the director of Rec and Park. So we shot all the way there at the top to make sure that this got heard, and that doesn't seem to have gone anywhere. So I don't know if we also want, my concern about sending to the board, that it just becomes one of the many, correspondences that end up in a 500, 1,000 page file that is attached to the board. So I didn't know if it would be worth to maybe reach out to one of the relevant chairs of one of the board committees that would have oversight over this. I don't know if there's one that oversees parks or one that oversees, so that we could maybe have a more one-on-one discussion with the supervisor who might want to hold a hearing on this or agendize it perhaps at a committee level at the board, so it gets a little more attention. Just a suggestion.
Okay. I'm just going to also put a little bit of a time limit on this. I'm trying to close this up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then, so we have, next is Member Neighbors.
Just as a little backstory also for Member Forsley, I believe the petitioner was told when he went to Parks and Rec that he needed to go to the Joint Zoo Committee. And then when he went to the Joint Zoo Committee, he was told that they didn't have any papers on that, or didn't know what he was talking about. So he was sent back. So I think that part of that shuttling back and forth is one of those things that we really want to avoid with whatever our remedy is moving forward.
Okay, and Member Forsley.
I wanted to ask Vice Chair Yankee if after he was given that shuffle, if the encounter with Ginsburg was before or after the shuffle.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the actions we took in a prior meeting, and I think it may have been before you were on the task force, was that we authorized a letter to be sent to, I believe, 3 entities, the joint group, Rec and Park, and I forget what the third one is offhand. So it was one of the return items to us. So we actually, I drafted the letter along with Chair Wolf, and we sent it directly to those entities on behalf of the complainant. And so I believe Cheryl delivered it for us, but it was one of the, Phil Ginsburg was one of the recipients of that letter. So that was after the initial contact the complainant may have had with those entities. Does that help answer the question?
I guess I'm trying to figure out if after he was told by the person that's the zoo's responsibility, Phil Ginsburg knew that somebody told him that.
I'm not sure if he knew the specific, but the letter that we wrote is, I believe, in the agenda packet for this. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it's just I'm just trying to get the sequence of events, I guess, to see if after he was told by some person, like, you can't get these public documents, somebody higher up was notified, like, at the city, not from the zoo perspective, that he couldn't get them. But your vice chair's idea about going to a particular commission, I think this is a current Google page. They have the Rec and Park Commission. Would that be something if you were trying to, like, show that they were not giving the documents?
Well, we sent the letter to the commission, I believe, through Phil Ginsburg, so that the commission and the director should be aware of this matter at this point.
So let me interject here for a second. I would we don't need to try to re-adjudicate this or go on a fishing expedition. I think the ordinance has some provisions in it that will help us out. If you look at section 67.31, responsibility for administration, and this is for the administration of the Sunshine Ordinance. I'm just going to read the first two sentences. The mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under his or her control. The mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under control of the board and commissions appointed by the mayor. Okay? Rec and Park mayor is those are appointments by the mayor. And Rec and Park department is under their control. I think, that kind of narrows down who has the authority and the decision-making power, the ultimate decision-making power on how this should be handled. And if we're deeming through our 2 orders of determination, and we've gone back and forth with this many, many times, I think now the onus is on the entity, the person, the office that has the authority to instruct the contractee or the contractor to comply. If they don't want to comply, then the mayor can take them to court at that point. I don't think that we have any more authority than that at this point. And if the mayor does not want to implement, to abide by 6731, then it can come back with that, either lack of action or refusal to action, and we'll deal with it at that point in time. That's been, we have done that before in previous years. Member Forson.
From the discussion, it sounds like we've done all we can collectively, and so I'm wondering, is there any motion that needs to be put on the table?
I think we definitely need to act in some way. Our order of determination is not being respected or complied with, and I think we need to respond to that.
So we're just going to kind of, again, be saying that somebody violated something, but there's really not. I mean, does the mayor's office have the public records person that we would work directly with?
Well, we would first just kind of instruct the mayor's office that we have an order of determination. We've done due diligence on this. We have been consulted and counseled by our own legal counsel. We have, found on 2 separate occasions for similar requests, with the whole gamut, and that we urge them under 6731 to implement the ordinance according to our findings. And I think we should also send it to the Board of Supervisors. The only real authority they have is they could either by resolution, they could say, Mayor, by resolution, Mayor, we think this is wrong, and you should release the have the Zoological Association release the records. And we're going to remember that the next time but we're in the budget year right now. So they won't be making decisions, until the end of May, beginning of June about budget. So, that's up in the air here too. There could be some contractual obligations that they could put them in default of their contract. Any number of things. But I think we need to put something into action here. Member LaHood.
I'll make a motion that the task force send identical letters to the mayor's office and to the Board of Supervisors indicating that our 2 orders of determination have not been complied with, even following repeated inquiry and efforts to seek compliance. And that we think that there is joint responsibility between Parks and Recreation, the zoo, and the San Francisco Zoological Society. And I will leave it there unless anyone wants to add amendments.
Well, I would just suggest to reference 6731.
And referencing 6731.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Schmidt. Any discussion on the motion before I go to public comment? Okay, let's open up public comment. Victor? Mr. Young, are you there?
Sorry, mute issues. I just wanted to restate the motion as, I just want to be sure we get it correctly, is to refer the matter to the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor, referencing Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.31, noting that the order of determination has not been complied with after repeated inquiries, and state that the Rec Park and the San Francisco Zoological Society was contacted and have not provided a resolution. I believe that Member LaHood is raising her hand.
I was saying, you said order. There are 2 orders of determination that need to be mentioned in the letter.
Yes, for both files. My assumption is this motion is referring to both file number 19048 and 19092.
I think the inclusion of 6731 is to urge the mayor to recognize our order of determination and to have the ordinance be implemented and complied with.
Okay, we have the motion to that motion, and if the motion is approved, we will draft a letter and allow for the chair of the task force, the Chair Wolf, to sign off on that, if that's appropriate.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
Yes, for public comment, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this motion? Please state your name and let me know you want to speak. If you are muted, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, anonymous, please.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. This is anonymous. I would agree with the motion, and I might suggest maybe it doesn't need to be in the motion, but to make it slightly more specific that the SOTF expects that the mayor will fully implement the Sunshine Ordinance within the departments under her control, including Rec and Park with this contract, but also to request that there is a I don't know if it's an item or a hearing before the Government and Audit Committee. I think it's the Government Audit Committee of the Board of Supervisors, where they would treat you just like any other board or commission or department that wants to bring an item onto the Board of Supervisors agenda, where they would have, I assume, the chair speak on behalf of this item. Supervisors would actually get to hear in person what the issues are, and there would actually be some of that visibility that I believe Member Fraser brought up. This is not an issue solely related to the zoo. Departments across the city that have associated nonprofits always side with those nonprofits. They have no interest in forcing their, a group that they have financial, social, and other ties to fully implement the Sunshine Ordinance, or that they would produce the records in their constructive possession, including the contractors that contract those departments. This is not a minor issue. And I think now is the time, compared to any other time, there is actual supervisor and board interest about how these nonprofits operate with their departments. So now is the time, and I think the task force should explicitly request a hearing before the audit committee on this issue, where the SOTF could present its concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional members of the public who wish to provide public comment? I do not hear any additional response at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed. Is everybody okay with the motion? Are we ready for a vote? Member Forsley.
Yes, I was just, when I was asking about process, I was kind of alluding to what Anonymous said regarding, like, once the letter is written, like, does it get sent to a specific board committee so that we know that it's being addressed somehow? And I think that's part of the process that might be nice, at least for new members, to see that with the trajectory of this recommendation, like, we see the letter get written, we see, like, you as the chair sign it, then we see where it goes from there, and then we have, like, that circle, like, that full circle, like, it did get heard by maybe not the mayor, because that's a pretty tall order, but like at least the Board of Supervisors, like that sort of thing, and kind of what the response is. And so it doesn't just like how it feels when we're referring things to the Ethics Commission, like they have something, but where did it go? So that's all I'm saying would add, but it has nothing to do with changing the motion.
Go ahead, Victor. I was just going to
yes. As I do many of the committees for the Board of Supervisors, this was most likely go to the Board of Supervisors and be placed on the communications page. It will be up to a member of the Board of Supervisors to introduce a hearing if they wish to consider taking any additional actions. But when it arrives, it's as communications, and it'll be up to a member of the board to take actions at their discretion.
That actually really, really helps. That gives clarification. So it would be like if we don't get any type of like traction, it's basically like somebody saying it's like not a high priority to like discuss it, basically.
Yes, usually someone would need to reach out to a member of the Board of Supervisors, try to get someone interested to take up the matter and request a hearing.
I mean, I would suggest that we, if there doesn't seem to be much of a response, what I will probably do is at that point is make an appointment with the president of the Board of Supervisors and bring it to his attention. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I was kind of just to speak on that. I was going to say I didn't know if we should include it in part of the motion or if it's not necessary to actually include it, but to have some type of authorization that we either reach out specifically to the chair of the government audit and oversight committee or the president of the board entirely, if the communication doesn't receive a response, because I know that communication packet can be quite excessively large and it might not get the attention it deserves if it just makes its way in there. So just want to make sure that the appropriate people on the board know about it and see it. So
So if there's no, I don't know if you feel it's necessary to amend the motion, but we could make it specifically addressed to the president of the board on behalf of the board of supervisors, something like that.
Sure, I think that makes sense. I don't know if that's a friendly amendment or if I need to propose that as an amendment.
Okay.
There's no need for an amendment. That's just a matter of how we draft the letter.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
I will note it that it should be addressed to the president on behalf of the board of supervisors.
Okay. Any last thoughts, members? I saw some hands go up and go down. No? Okay. We ready for a vote? Okay, good. Victor, when you're ready.
Yes, on that motion, Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Forsley.
Aye.
Forsley, aye. Member Padmaban.
Aye.
Padmaban, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
If you do,
Wolf, aye. Was there a question regarding that? I
No,
believe
there's
I
who's
have
that speaking?
12 members,
you
and
just unmute.
the motion passes without objection.
Thank you. Please, members of the public, please mute your phones by pressing *6 until we're ready to speak. Thank you. Okay. Well, before we move on to the next item, I just want to note that after public comment, or as close to 6 o'clock as possible, or after, when we get in the next break, we'll take a 10-minute recess so folks can have a bathroom break, and then we'll recommence. Victor, please call the next item.
Next on the agenda is item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the committee's or the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Are there any members of the public for general public comment on items not listed on today's agenda?
Anne Chabot.
Okay, please proceed.
Members of the task force, my name is Anne Chabot, and I just want to note for the public record the passing of Lawrence Ferlinghetti, a longtime resident of North Beach, who I knew personally for over a decade, and who was a person who was really an artist. He was really somebody who left New York for various reasons. He came from a disadvantaged background in the Bronx, and he came to San Francisco because there was opportunity there to open a bookstore, which was not possible to do in New York, not then and not now. And he was somebody who was really a presence in North Beach, who a lot of us came to know and came to respect. He helped me out many times. I had problems with housing, with crazy neighbors, with issues being an artist. And he was somebody who really took the time to understand and to participate in his community. And I request that this meeting be adjourned in his honor. That's
Mr. Bo, do you have any additional comments?
it.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, please proceed.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I want to talk about what I consider to be some real procedural problems with respect to a currently pending complaint. And I'm not going to be talking about the merits of the complaint, but the procedural, some procedural matter. In July, on July 10th, we filed a fairly straightforward and very brief complaint. The subject was complaint and request for hearing - Library Commission public comment denial. And it said, Dear Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and it was addressed to the Sunshine Task Force and Angela Calvillo. This is a complaint and request for hearing concerning the following, : new paragraph. At yesterday's special meeting of the San Francisco Public Library Commission, July 9th, 2020, Library Users Association was denied the ability to make public comment on Item 2, SFPL reopening plan, which was the major item on the agenda. This was despite my best efforts to alert the Commission of my intention at this remotely conducted meeting. Thank you for your attention to this. I'm hearing a lot of noise. What's happening, please? And the final paragraph, thank you for your attention to this. Sincerely yours, Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. We next became aware of some difficulty with this when on March 10th, we got basically, I guess you'd call it a proposed agenda that said the complaint was from Peter Warfield against the library, and that the library administration had been sent a request to respond. We immediately the next day got in touch with the administrator to correct that.
30 seconds.
And the administrator apparently corrected the proposed agenda, but did not send the complaint to the commission for its response. And we haven't been able to get any resolution on this despite many, many emails and phone calls regarding this. And it still has not, including going to a hearing at EOT, hasn't gotten any resolution with respect to sending the proper people, the Library Commission, the complaint for their response. And there's simply been no response. We've sent emails to and made calls to the administrator, we've included Mr. Wolf, Angela Calvillo, and so on.
Has elapsed.
And we'd like to know what's going on with that and why we're not hearing any resolution.
Thank you for your comment. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hello, my name is Win Shakilier. I'd like to make a comment.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I currently have 4 complaints before the task force, all of them against the San Francisco Behavioral Health Commission. The first of these complaints was submitted on July 18th of this year, and it was assigned number 20100. The second complaint was filed on September 14th, and it detailed over 100 allegations of violations of the Sunshine Ordinance by the Behavioral Health Commission, exclusive of the meeting dealt with in the 20100 complaint. That September 14th complaint was never assigned a number. We also submitted a complaint on March 8th of this year, and that has been assigned the number 21021. And then I've recently submitted on April 4th a 4th complaint that has not been assigned a number yet. On February 3rd of this year, I emailed the administrator asking her about the September 14th complaint and why it had never been assigned a number or sent out for an answer to the Behavioral Health Commission. And she said, the number 20100 has been assigned to your case. And that referred to, of course, the July 18th complaint. I emailed her the next day telling her this and saying that the September 14th complaint dealt with distinct violations occurring at distinct meetings, and asked her again to please assign a number to it and start the process. And I did not hear back. At this point, I have about a minute left over, so if anyone has questions for clarification, I will try to answer them. Okay, hearing none, back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers? It appears there are no additional members of the public for public comment at this time.
Sorry, I was on mute. So I'll just notate for the two public speakers, I will take up and look into those this week. Thank you for your comments. Okay, let's call the next item, and then after the next item, we'll take a break.
Yes. Next on the agenda is item number 6, file number 19115, complaint filed by Ann Chabot against Margaret Baumgartner for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay. All right. This was this was one where the task force took it upon itself to find that the records are public, and and that we have jurisdiction. Are both parties present?
Ann Chabot, present. I am the complainant.
This is John Cote with the City Attorney's Office.
Okay. Is Margaret Baumgartner the respondent through the mayor's office or through some other department?
I believe Ms. Baumgartner is with the City Attorney's Office.
Okay. So, Mr. Cote,
that in the title. It should be against Margaret Baumgartner and the Office of the City Attorney.
Okay. Mr. Cote, you're representing that?
I am.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we're going through our regular process here. It'll be 5-minute opening comments for each of the parties and any witnesses. For either of them, there'll be a period for discovery for the task force to ask questions and get clarifications. There will be 3-minute rebuttals for each of the parties, then deliberation for the task force to come to a decision or not regarding any determination. So let's start with Ms. Chabot. You have 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Ann Chabot, complainant. I'm referring to page 550 of your packet, which is to amend the original complaint. I'm asking you to find the violations of 6725, 6726.
I'm sorry, Ms. Chabot. Ms. Chabot, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We will not amend a complaint on the fly.
There. It's not on the fly. This is the complaint. It's at page 550. This is the opening complaint. I'm asking in the original complaint dated November 21, 2019, to find specific violations. No response after the 10-day record request time, failure to identify the documents in their possession, and failure to identify which documents they have and which they're going to send me in the redacted form, which is 6727 A through D. So there are a number of violations that I specified. Moving on, in page 579, I gave a timeline of events, which the original IDR was October 30th, 2019. On November 15th, I emailed both Margaret Baumgartner and somebody called Buta, advising them that a 10-day response time had passed. I hadn't gotten a response, and I didn't get any sort of response at all until after I filed the complaint on December 20th, after the task force sent the notice that a complaint had been filed. The respondent had 5 days to respond. They did not respond within the 5-day period. On February 5th, somebody by the name of Cobreth sent me somebody else's file. I included it in my filing, but it did not wind up in your packet. It was a completely different case altogether.
Hold on.
One moment, please. I'm gonna mute everybody, Ms. Trabeau. I'm gonna mute all lines, and you can press *6. Ms. Trabeau, can you hold on 1 second, please? I'm muting everybody because we're getting too much overtalk. You can press *6 to unmute yourself in a moment, and I will start your time again. Please hold on 1 moment. Okay, Mr. Chabot, you may press *6 to unmute yourself, and you may resume your comment, and I will. You may resume your comments.
Okay, I am unmuted, correct?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I hope there's no more interruptions. So I'm requesting a task force find the violation 6725, 6726, A through D, 6727, A through D. And this was brought forth in the original complaint, which I noted to you was on page 5. These complaints are failure to print documents, failure to respond within 72 hours and 10 days. That was page 550. So then on page 579 is a timeline of events. The original IDR was October 30th, 2019. On November 15th, I informed Margaret Baumgartner that 10 days have passed. I had not received any response. I never got a response from her. That was on page 254. On December 20th, the task force sent an email to Margaret Baumgartner. 5 days after that, there was still no response. And then on February 5th, somebody by the name of Cobreth sends me somebody else's file. Doesn't pertain to me at all. I included it in my filing, but it didn't get in the file. I emailed her back and I say, I'm sorry, you sent me somebody else's file. Can I have the original documents? That was on February 18th, page 603. So not only did I not receive the documents, it went through several different people. Buta, Cobreth, never heard from Margaret Baumgartner I did my due diligence. I made a couple phone calls. Wuta didn't even know what a sunshine complaint was. And that's it. Never got the documents. I was not, these documents were not available to me. I never participated in any form of electronic filing. I did that case in the California Court of Appeal all by hand. I had to bind my filings. I had to certain type of paper. It was quite expensive and time consuming. So I did not have access to the documents. I wasn't in California, so I wasn't able to walk in and get them. And that's it. It's not the first time that office has done this.
The time has elapsed.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant, the petitioner?
Oh! Damn, I'm in the middle of a hearing. Will you go? Yeah.
Is everything okay on the phone there? Okay. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Sorry about
thank you,
that.
Chair Wolf. Good evening. Good evening, task force members. John Cote, I'm the communications director with the City Attorney's Office. First, I'd like to point you to our written response in this matter from November 19th, 2019. It's on page 690 of your packet. I assume you have all read it, but I would encourage you to read it again because our understanding is that other correspondence has been directed to this body about this issue and it misrepresents what our response actually says. So I would encourage you to read the actual response. I'd also ask you to please incorporate that written response in its entirety in your decision. I would also like to make a few quick points. So this is a request for records in a court case that Ms. Detesh, who also uses the alias Anne Trabeau, filed in the Court of Appeal. Now, at the time of her records request...
Do not interrupt. Hold on, Mr. Cote. All parties must be quiet. There'd be no debate and no interruptions. Please mute your mic and wait till everybody has their own opportunity to speak. You'll have an opportunity for rebuttals at the end of this particular process. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Cote. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Chair Wolf. So at the time of her records request, this involved ongoing litigation around a workplace violence restraining order that the Superior Court had issued on behalf of a city employee against Ms. Detesh/Trabeau. Now, Ms. Detesh was the one who brought this case in the Court of Appeal and then later asked us to provide her with records that she already had full access to, including records that she herself filed with the court. Now, on the issue of timeliness, so we have asked Ms. Detesh many times to send public records requests to our office's designated inbox for public records requests, rather than to individual staff. Now, despite misrepresentations by some, this is not a requirement of our office. It is, however, a sensible approach. I mean, the purpose is to ensure that someone is always available to receive and respond to requests and to prevent requests from being lost or routed to junk mail. So Ms. Detesh has ignored these requests to use the main inbox, and once again, she emailed her request to a staff person directly. The staff person was out of the country at the time and had set up an automatic out-of-office message on her email stating that she would not return until November 5th. So Ms. Detesh was aware through that out-of-office notification that the staff member was absent and not checking her email. Now, rather than wait for a response or follow up with the staff person or go through the designated inbox, Ms. Detesh filed this complaint on November 4th. Now, our office did not become aware of the request until we received notice of the complaint from task force staff. So we then investigated the matter and learned that the staff person had never received this initial request from Ms. Detesh. She was out of the country, as I noted, and the request had gone to her junk mail. So this is exactly the type of situation where using our designated inbox, while not required, certainly would have benefited all parties. Now, upon learning of Ms. Detesh's request, we responded to it. And so the request was for all documents concerning this particular Court of Appeal case that Ms. Detesh had initiated. She had made an identical records request to our office in June of 2019. Again, this one came in October 30th of 2019. She had also sent that one to a different staff person who also happened to be out of office at the time. Now, Ms. Detesh does participate in electronic filing service for this case and receives all documents filed in this matter. She therefore already has received all of the non-privileged documents in the city attorney's office possession that are responsive to her requests. So many of the documents filed in the matter are ones that she is requesting are documents that she herself has filed. Now, I would also note that the Code of Civil Procedure and the California Rules of Court set forth a comprehensive system for how parties in litigation are meant to get access to records in their cases. And those rules apply to all cases, including cases involving government entities. Now, Ms. Detesh should be following those rules for access to records, which they can be received electronically or by mail. And in fact, it's actually a requirement that Ms. Detesh keep the court and the parties in the case abreast of her current contact info for this very reason. And I'm happy to take any questions the task force may have.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Task force members, this is your chance for questions and answers, questions and clarifications. Member LaHood, let's start with that one.
Yes, actually, I'd like to ask Mr. Cote, you said that there were identical requests made. Regardless of whether you believe that Ms. Turbo has the documents she's requesting, did the city provide the documents that were requested on either occasion, once or twice? Did the city provide the documents?
So on the first occasion, which was in, I just want to double check here, I believe it was in June of 2019. At that point, we responded and indicated that the only documents that we had was the notice of appeal, which Ms. Detesh herself had filed. And that was our, as well as potentially privileged documents, but the only document that was disclosable was a single document, which was one that Ms. Detesh herself had filed. And then our response in November of 2019 was that, in this case, we have no responsive documents other than the publicly filed documents in the case, which you already have, and documents that are exempt from disclosure under the attorney-client privilege and or work product privilege.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, Mr. Cote, let me just kind of walk through what this would involve, just so people understand. There's a notice of appeal, and so that was sent out by Ms. Trabeau, and it was received by your office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. would there have been anything else? I don't know anything about this appeal, et cetera, but did anything else ever happen in this appeal other than a notice of appeal?
My understanding is that it did. I'm not directly involved in the case. Want to be clear that I am not an attorney. I'm the communications director for the office. But my understanding is there were the appeal did proceed, and so there were developments in the case.
Okay, so you don't know the status of the transcripts or the briefing, the appellant brief, respondent brief, the surreply brief. Do you know if there was a decision made?
My understanding is there was a decision made, and Ms. Trabeau lost her appeal, and the original decision at the Superior Court was affirmed.
But it's your understanding that the only document that was in the electronic file was the notice of appeal? Is that what you had said? It was a little unclear to me why the briefs wouldn't be in there.
We're talking about different time frames. So you had asked initially about her initial request, which was in June of 2019. And at that point, what was in the file was the notice of appeal. Subsequently, you're asking me if the case was resolved. My understanding is it was. That wasn't until 2020, well after this request for documents that's before the task force today was submitted. And so my understanding of the case was resolved. But again, the time of her initial request, it was very early on in the case.
Okay. And the briefs that she filed, she sent them to your office, or she electronically sent them, correct?
I believe she electronically submitted them to the court, correct?
I did not electronically submit them to the court.
Please, you'll have your chance.
And
Thank you.
Okay.
And just to Mr. Cote.
Okay.
And so your office would have filed a respondent's brief and served it, and it would have been sent over to her during the litigation, correct?
Correct. If that was part of the briefing schedule, absolutely we would have.
Okay. And the decision would have come out from the court and gone out to the parties, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Yang.
Mr. Cote, just to clarify here, so I think at some point you had mentioned that some of the documents that Ms. Trabeau had asked to view were ones that she already had possession of. Is that correct?
Yes, because she filed them with the court.
Despite that, did you still give them to her, or was your response basically that you already have them and therefore we don't have to supply them?
Our response was that that we had no records beyond records that she already had or records that were privileged. So we did not provide her back her own records that she had filed.
I'm sorry, there was some call there or something someone had on. Like I couldn't understand you.
No problem. So in our response, we said that we have no responsive documents other than the publicly filed documents in the case, which she already has, and documents that were exempt from disclosure, either because of the attorney-client privilege or the work product privilege. We did not provide back to her own documents that she had already filed with the court and that are available through the court.
Could I just ask why you wouldn't have done that? I mean, just to say that you fully complied with the request that she gave?
I mean, in our view, it wasn't necessary. These were documents that she already had, and that they weren't required to be produced again and again when she already has them.
Okay.
Member LaHood.
Actually, this is directed at the task force. Just for my clarification for me, I believe that the city needs to provide responsive documents regardless of whether we think someone already has them. But I could understand the argument that they don't need to be provided repeatedly. I just want to clarify that with other task members. Is that how you would interpret things? That I could make a request this week, and if the documents were provided, I could not then go next week and request the same documents if they were already received from a particular agency? Or is there some other way to interpret what is required under the Sunshine Ordinance?
I mean, this is Member Forsley. I would agree, I believe, with the first interpretation you said, that if they provided it the day before and you make the exact same request, I mean, I would think that I guess we would have to determine a time frame, because they could potentially, after a certain point, have lost the documents somehow. So I would think it might come down to like a time frame or the reason that they lost it, but then that becomes, I guess, too interpretive, but I guess that's what this all is. So I don't know, but I would think that if they had it with like the same week, they could say, well, we just gave you those documents. But I also feel if they just gave them the documents, potentially it would be easy just to re-forward them. It wasn't a big production.
Okay, so let's go with Member Padmanabhan.
So this is again to Mr. Cote. So on June 2019, was the request filed by Mr. Tesh or by Mr. Bo?
It's the same person. She uses different aliases.
So no, I don't.
Please,
I'm sorry.
Please, Ms. Trumeau. Okay, we refer to you as the name on your complaint. Okay, you'll have a chance to rebut. But we can only have one person at a time speaking, and they're addressing whoever the task force wants to address. So appreciate your patience. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Bo, yes, I'd like to ask you what you believe is the confusion about your name.
Okay, first off, the city attorney's office does not know me. I do not know them. My legal name is Ann Trumeau. I have not used the name Dadish for many years, going beyond a decade. So this and that is coming out of this guy's mind. I requested documents in June. That is correct, in the exact same way, through Margaret Baumgardner. Somehow it wound up in her trash, and somehow it resulted in an order issued by the task force because I didn't get the documents. So now we're coming into October. I still haven't received the documents of a case that I won, that had an opening brief, a response brief, a reply brief, all of this filed and served by hand through the San Francisco Sheriff's Department. This is all documented. I did not have copies of these things because I was not in California. I am not in California now. I was to get better reception in a fire escape in New York, and some bozo comes along and tries to rip open the door. That's what that was about. So my name is Ann Trumeau. I never filed anything electronically. I simply wanted the documents so I could file a reply brief, and I ended up having to fly from New York to San Francisco to walk in to the California Court of Appeal to physically copy the file myself because I couldn't get the files out of the city attorney's office. As far as The other untruths that Mr. Cote has put forth to the task force, he hasn't supplied any facts or evidence to support his claims. It's all vague nonsense. The purpose of a document request, which is filed, can be filed according to the ordinance to any city employee, is to get the documents. It seems like a broken chain of command of mistakes going throughout the city attorney's office, and the fact that there are 2 orders issued against Margaret Baumgartner for the exact same thing. They need to reform the way they do things instead of slander, personally attack, and make up stories about me. This is an issue of documents. It's not a personal attack on me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Any other questions, clarifications? Okay, Member Neighbors.
This was just to get back to Member LaHood's earlier comment and Member Forsley's response about interpretation, and the same person came in week after week or day after day to request the same documents. I'm just curious about, for me, interpretation of policy would need to hang on existing text of policy. And I was wondering if you could point me to, I'm assuming that would need to be something we would be interpreting from section 6721A or B. And I was just wondering if there's a specific place I should be looking at to be thinking about that.
If I can interject for just a second. This particular section of the procedure is purely investigation. If we can lead the deliberation of the merits to after rebuttals, because you might hear some other things during rebuttals, that would be preferable. Right now, we're just trying to, anything that may not be within the documents that are in the record, or that you've heard in the opening testimony, you feel you need more questions or clarifications. It's kind of like your opportunity to do the interview, the investigator's interview. I would appreciate it.
Okay.
I think we'll have a richer discussion during deliberation. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Member LaHood. Okay. Who's next? Member Stein. Did you want to go next? You're on mute.
Yes, hi. This is Laura Stein, Member Stein. I just wanted to ask Ms. Trubeau, why did she submit the petition to Ms. Baumgartner as opposed to anyone else? And why did she not submit it to this email address that she was asked to submit it to, or at least CC it to that email address?
Firstly, Margaret Baumgartner is the attorney of record on the appeal case and the underlying case, which I won at the Court of Appeal. So it would seem most logical to submit it to her. I did not get the email almost reprimanding me until February 5th. This original IDR was sent October 30th. So after it was mishandled by a Buta and a cold breath, then in the response, the letter response then came, oh, she's been told many times. I have not been told many times. I did my due diligence. I reached out to these people, even though they didn't have direct contact information on the emails I received from them. And as any task force member knows, that the duty of the respondent is to direct the requester to a place where they can get the information. Nowhere on that was, oh, well, let me direct you to this other entity where you can get the information. They had that information there. They had the entire file, which probably comprised about 2,000 documents. It was not one piece of paper. It was not, I am filing an appeal. This case went to full hearing, it went to full arguments, and there was a 17-page decision, which I won. There was an enormous amount of documentation. The burden was on the respondent to identify what documents they had, which ones they were going to turn over to me, and which ones they were going to turn over in a redacted form. Not to say attorney-client privilege. It was nothing like that. We just don't have any documents, and we don't feel a need that we have to turn it over. That's not what the ordinance says, and it's not what it's about. And especially when Mr. Cote is up there directing the task force to a letter which says a lot of slander about me. He should have focused on, these are the documents that we have, this is what we're going to turn over, and this is what we're not going to turn over. Instead of admitting fault, oh, well, we missed the 72-hour window, we missed the 10-day window. They come up with some nonsense, which seems to repeat itself over and over again. It wound up in the person's trash, and she was in Europe. I didn't get any information telling me that. I got no information at all.
Okay. Okay. We have some other questions here. Member Forsley and then Member Schmidt.
I was just wondering regarding the issue of the winning and losing. The other person stated from the city attorney's office that he believes she lost. She keeps saying she won, and there's documents associated with that win. Do the task force members see the documents in this packet?
No. All you have to do is go to the California Court of Appeal or just Google my name. It will come up. It's public information.
Okay,
the decision.
Go ahead. I did finish your point. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Okay. Member Schmidt? You're on mute.
Member Forsley, were you satisfied? Were you done with your issue?
I believe so.
Okay. I'll ask Ms. Trabeau. You said you won in the Court of Appeal. Could you describe what the ruling was?
Well, you can just Google my name. It's there. City and Trabeau v. City and County of San Francisco. The ruling was a procedural issue that the city attorney neglected. They charged in the trial court, the Superior Court, under the wrong statute. They accused me of stalking and harassing an arts commissioner, somebody I don't know and I have never met before. But this woman happened to be elderly, and the decision was that they should have charged under the elder statute instead of a workplace violence. City Hall, where you are having your meetings, is not your particular workplace, but that was done in a very controlled manner to keep me out of City Hall, and also to keep me out of the War Memorial building across the street, which did the most harm for me because my nephew dances in the ballet. I was prevented for 2 years from seeing him perform. I don't know why they ruled like that. It was, I think, a 300-yard stay away. The whole thing was outrageous. But in the 17-page decision, they pointed out the procedural errors of the lack of service, the charge under the wrong statute. It was not a workplace violence issue. It should have been charged under an elder abuse issue. They pointed to other cases and the fact that there was no evidence to support any kind of workplace violence at all. That in the trial court, the complaining witness, this Barbara Scalar, this arts commissioner, contradicted her testimony 5 separate times.
Okay, thank you. One separate question, which is the the documents that you're requesting having to do with the appeal, do you know what documents actually exist that you were not given? What are the documents that you're looking for?
Okay, when an individual files a case at the California Court of Appeal First District, it's very specific and regimented. You file the notice, you file an opening brief, then the other side files a response brief. They mailed that to me. It came in paper form. Nothing ever came electronically. There was my reply brief. And then there was a lot of back and forth with the administrator when the case was going to be heard, oral arguments and that sort of thing. And then I came back for oral arguments. I was in the room. Baumgartner was there. Deanna Rosenstein was there, 2 lawyers. I was unrepresented, and very scared, but I stood up. I had researched it, and I said this didn't.
I think I got my answer about the documents. Thank you, Ms. Trabeau. I want to ask just Mr. Cote, do you understand what the ruling was at the Court of Appeal? Did they amend somehow so that the restraining order was changed so that it was now enacted under a different statute?
That's not my understanding of the case, Member Schmidt, and I'm happy to quote from the Court of Appeals opinion.
Yes, please.
Right here, if you would indulge me. So keep in mind, of course, that the appeal was filed by Ms. Trabeau. She appealed because she lost at the Superior Court. And the Court of Appeal, in a unanimous decision, said in part, the trial court heard the evidence and chose to believe Tricky, who is the city employee, over Trabeau. We declined to second guess its decision to do so. Having examined the record, we conclude that the court's findings are supported by substantial evidence. In addition to arguments directed to the adequacy of the proof, Trabeau contends the court had no personal jurisdiction over her because she does not do business here and resides in New York. She also contends her due process rights were violated because she had no opportunity to defend, and she contends the court's restraining order violates her First Amendment rights. We reject all of these arguments. She not only answered the city's petition, thereby making a general appearance, but appeared and defended at the hearing until she absented herself. And the restraining order is directed to Trabeau's conduct, not her speech. In a final argument, Trabeau complains of delay, contending that the alleged battery occurred on June 15, 2018, and yet the city waited many weeks before filing its petition while Tricky was out of the country. Trabeau forfeited this argument by failing to raise any issue of delay below, and even if the issue were cognizable on appeal, it was for the trial court and its sound discretion to determine how, if at all, the passage of time bore in its decision to enter a restraining order. The court was within its discretion to issue such an order here, affirmed by all 3 justices.
Got it. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cote. Thank you thank you to both of you. I have no further questions.
Member
No further
Forsley?
questions. Thank you.
Member Forsley? Did you have anything else? No?
I think my hand is up for me.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, are there no, I'm sorry. This is a question and answer period for the task force. We're not taking unsolicited responses. Members, are there any other questions, clarifications you need? Okay, are you ready to move to rebuttals? Okay, let's move to rebuttals. Mr. Cote, you go first. 3 minutes.
You may begin. Mr. Cote, do you have any rebuttals to provide?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. My apologies. I would simply point the task force to, again, our written response, my earlier responses to their questions, and note that obviously we do not feel that there is sufficient grounds here to find any violation. Now, if the task force happens to disagree, I would simply respectfully ask that your motion reference our office and not Margaret Baumgartner. She is not responsible for responding to sunshine requests on behalf of our office. She simply had the misfortune of being out of the office when this request happened to be sent to her. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chabot, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, apologies. The previous case against the Arts Commissioner, it was the one I won. This case, number A15666, has documents beginning from 3/14/2019, consistently, I'm looking at the docket, to 6/25/2020. There are well over 50 docket entries in this court case. Margaret Baumgartner is responsible because she was the person that I sent the email to. Whether she takes it upon herself to answer or not answer is irrelevant. The ordinance is clear, and especially when 2 previous orders have issued against her for the exact same thing, when curiously enough it winds up in the trash and she happens to be away. I did not get any away message. I did not know what was going on. And so I request that her name be on the order. There's a tremendous amount of documents in this thing. As I said, it was well over 2,000 documents. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but I don't know the sound tricky. And you know, as I said, when there are documents and they are readily available, the respondent has a duty to respond, to turn them over. And quoting Mr. Cote, you said we didn't feel a need to turn over 1 page. I don't think so. They had a duty to turn over their responses, their everything. And it clearly says that I was a pro se litigant who filed by paper. There's no indication that I received anything electronically from the City and County of San Francisco. It was all served through the San Francisco Sheriff's Department. So I request not only that the task force find the late violation, but for the justification of withholding, the lack of identifying the documents, the you know, this is the 3rd violation for the exact same thing. They need to fix what they're doing, and the only way that I see to do that is to send it back to committee. So I request the task force find violations and refer it back to committee for follow-up.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, now it's time for deliberation and to come to some conclusion of this. Yeah, Member Forster.
The person here from the city stated that they gave the documents they had at the time that the request was made. So I feel like, I mean, is that person lying about that? I think that's what I would have to think to say, obviously, that they didn't do that. And I just, honestly, I don't necessarily think that person is lying about that. So I feel like this sounds like, I feel like this is going back and forth to committee, and then it'll go back to committee for what reason to be put back here. Like,
okay.
respondent didn't provide
Member
proof
LaHood. Member LaHood.
So one thing that I think we should discuss is it's my understanding that anyone who works for a city agency is responsible for responding. They might not be the one who supplies the documents, but they are responsible for responding. I do understand the desire to streamline the process by saying send your requests here. That said, was there, and obviously people do go out of town, is an automatic response that someone is out of town considered this to the Chair Wolf, is that a sufficient response? Or if someone is going to be out of town for a significant period of time, is there some sort of requirement that someone else be monitoring the email box just in case a request comes through? Or is the automatic reply a sufficient response so that the requester knows that they need to follow a different channel?
Yeah, we've had this question before us many times, and we have found that automated replies are not positive responses. Okay, they're passive responses.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why the city has moved towards the next request system, because it demands a positive response, an active response. Somebody has to engage the system. It can't be just an autoresponder, because this came up for issues around immediate disclosure requests. Okay, so you get an instantaneous response. I'm out of town. That's not responsive. That's a notice. It's not the same.
Right.
Okay, Member Forsley, and then Member Stein.
I think that it's also important to know the sequence of events, because if the person got, let's say, an out of the office response, but they've received an email in the past saying you should streamline this request here because we're trying to streamline this process, to be obstinate when you have a way to actually get the information, that would seem like if we were going to violate somebody on that, we're just trying to go, I don't know, it just seems very like we're not trying to solve the problem, we're just trying to get somebody in trouble. Because if this person had this other email to send this to at the time, it seems like they would just send it there. I'm not saying all city departments have that ends. I'm saying probably most don't have that well-known thing. But if somebody got a direct way to actually know they were getting to somebody and just didn't, that just seems strange.
Member Stein?
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have two points I just want to raise. One is that, I have some concern about people who are receiving information requests deciding that somebody already has access to that information through other means. I don't really see anything in the Sunshine Ordinance that says you can make that determination or you should make that determination. But rather, if you have the information and you can give it easily, that you should just give it. And it sounds like most of this information might have been electronically filed. And then I was just looking at the First Appellate District docket of actions that happened in this case. And there are some things that were submitted by the city attorney's office before the date that this information request was made. So it does seem like there were briefs that were submitted by the city attorney's office that could have been provided that weren't.
Vice Chair Yankee.
I kind of agree with both Member Forsley and Member Stein. To me, I'm not convinced that the petitioner didn't have other ways to try to get the information. I think she's fully aware of other entities within the city attorney's office or other email addresses that she could have included. So I'm not sure that faulting someone for being out of town is necessarily a timeliness issue in this particular case. That being said, I do absolutely see Member Stein's point that I don't think just because you may have the record to begin with that you're therefore precluded from requesting it. I mean, if I were to have a contract with the city, I might have a signed copy and they might have a signed copy, but I still think I'd be able to ask them for the signed copy. Maybe I lost mine or whatever. And so to me, it does sound like records were not turned over that were disclosable under the pretense that she already should have had them. I'm not sure that's really to me, a valid excuse for not turning those documents over, especially if everyone agrees that they were disclosable. So I definitely see an issue there. I'm not sure that I necessarily see an issue, though, with the timeliness of Ms. Baumgartner's out-of-office response or something.
Member Neighbors?
Thank you. I would like us, I would urge everyone to kind of be careful about conflating character judgments of individuals and application of policy. Because I think it's really easy to consider somebody obstinate or to think of a request as a nuisance request or burdensome. And yet when somebody comes before our body, they expect to be heard on the policy, not about our characterization of them, including the findings of the appeal or the terms of the case in question. It's about access to their documents. Plenty of people have reasons for not being able to store their own documents or keep up with them or need them replaced. Plenty of people have issues that may keep them from remembering that they made the request in the first place. It's not really our job, I don't believe, to determine whether or not they were morally correct or ethically correct or responsible or forgetful or whatever. Our job is to maintain the policy. And if records are not provided to her, no matter how much of a nuisance she was felt to be or what the past circumstances were, it was still the responsibility of the respondent to follow the policy. And that has nothing to do with the complainant's character or their demeanor or anything else.
Member Forster?
I think that's definitely a good point. One of the reasons that I was asking about the outcome of the case generally was because if there's an outcome to a case, there's obviously more like physical documentation. So it's kind of determining like if it went this far, there is something available. And I think that Member Stein kind of looking up that information that there was things submitted that show that there were things available, then that actually has nothing to do with somebody having, an email address that they could have emailed, and personally I think should have emailed if they really wanted the documents.
Anybody else? So one thing I'll chime in is to say that the easy thing to do, is to say if you don't have the documents, we don't have any responsive documents, you might go back to the court where all the documents are filed and find what you need there. Okay, if there was no responsive documents, I agree that the ordinance, the way it's written, because we have the Sunshine Ordinance, which is an enhancement of the CPRA that allows requesters to make people to make requests directly to actual people and not just to an agency. The onus is on the custodian themselves to respond. And if they don't have any responsive records, it is their responsibility to assist as to where people might be able to find them. There's no guarantee. It may end up being a wild goose chase for some people as the way things go, but if various people don't have them and you keep getting bounced around, that's kind of the nature of the situation at times. But there is that responsibility. So, and there's also a limit on how much time. people can be spending. Generally, it's about 20 minutes, to be honest with you, that custodians should spend on any one request. And that's why we have things like incremental rolling basis. People can say, I don't have it right now. I need to go into an archive. I need some extra time, to be able to do things. There's some flexibility built in to help people be able to get their requests, but also help staff be able to comply with the ordinance, but at the same time be able to do their job, which is also important. So, that said, I think that that's there. The question here is these are legal, even though these are public documents. The question is do we have jurisdiction over what do we have jurisdiction over? Which documents? Now, if they're trying to get documents out of the court, well, we don't have jurisdiction over that. We can't ask the court for those documents. The requester is asking for documents from the opposing party. And I think their response was like, send me whatever documents you want, exclude the ones for attorney-client privilege, redact what you need to redact, and then just give me the rest. I think it's a little hard that just because there is court documents that to say you should know, or there should be some assumption that could be that all the documents would be there. And I think Member Stein bringing up that there could be possibly other documents. So that's why. And frankly, people do, whether or not it's a court case or not, if people are looking for documents that are records that were communications between various different agencies or people within a request, you are possibly looking for a missing document that might be some corroboration for something. So that is why you can make multiple requests from different departments on the same issue, or different people on the same issue. One thing I am a little concerned about, though, and forgive me, this wasn't flagged for me in creating the agenda, is whether this has been heard before. I thought I heard the complainant had said that this was the third time that they have gotten an order against them for this particular set of records. So
no.
I'm a little concerned about that.
No.
So,
2 other orders have issued against Margaret Baumgardner for different documents, completely not relevant to this document request.
Okay. Thank you for that interjection. So I just want to be cognizant, because we have heard other files regarding this particular issue with against the same parties. So I'll do a little better diligence on that in the future at this point. Anything else? No, I'm sorry. This is not, I allowed that one interjection, okay, just for clarification, but this is not, we have no more requests for comments here. So thank you very much, Mr. Bo. Please mute yourself. Members, is there a motion? If there are no other questions or deliberation, we cannot move forward without a motion, either to find a violation or not to find a violation. But there has to be a motion to close this file.
All right, I'll make a motion. This is Vice Chair Yankee. I'd move to find a violation of 6726 for not releasing certain disclosable documents under the pretense that Ms. Trabeau was already in possession of them.
I second that. This is
Who is this?
Who was the second?
Sorry, who's second?
Padmanabhan.
Okay, moved by member Vice Chair Yankee, second by member Padmanabhan. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's open it up for public comment, excluding the parties.
Vice Chair Yankee, could you repeat that? I didn't catch the last part of it.
Yes, I said a violation of 6726 for not releasing disclosable records under the pretense that Ms. Trabeau was already in possession of them.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this motion and file?
Anonymous.
Yes,
Anonymous,
please
please.
proceed, Anonymous.
Thank you. I wanted to very much support the motion, but more importantly, support what Member Neighbors was earlier saying. I hope it was Member Neighbors. I don't know everybody's voice yet. About how all that is relevant here is whether or not the city complied with the Sunshine Ordinance. Were the records public? I think there's no doubt they're public, as i.e. they're public records under CPRA. Then were they disclosable? They've admitted that at least some of the records were disclosable, the ones that aren't privileged under attorney-client and work product privileges. And then did they provide them? It doesn't matter. There is no exemption in the CPRA or the Sunshine Ordinance that says if you have possession of the document, that as in the agency has possession of the documents, that they can tell you to go to different agencies, like the court. They can only tell you to go to someone else if they don't have constructive possession of the records. It doesn't matter that some of the records were sent by the complainant. You've held in my favor when I send emails and I want the copies that their version of those emails, I get them because there's different, for example, metadata in them. You've held that when I ask for a record that both the police department and the FBI hold, the police department could not simply tell me, go to the FBI instead. The police department had to give me their copy of the record. And it doesn't matter what this complainant may or may not have done. I have no idea anything about her or anything about the history here. It just doesn't matter. If the city is asked for a record, if it's public and disclosable, you should provide them a copy. Be done with it. It would have saved everyone a lot of time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public for public comment?
Yes, please, if you can hear me.
Yes, please proceed.
I beg your pardon?
Please proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We have no particular knowledge other than of this case and are not a party to it. However, I think it's an extremely important matter, and I have seen this sort of thing going on, and I consider it, well, I agree with the motion and most of the folks that have spoken pretty much in support, including Anonymous who just spoke. The only question is, did a request properly be made? And the Sunshine Ordinance says every person with access to a record is a custodian of the record and has to respond. That's it. The idea that all these other essentially red herrings matter, I think is simply dangerously wrong. Whether somebody has different names over different times, whether somebody has been misbehaving or accusedly misbehaving somewhere else, has nothing to do with their rights. And it's certainly not mentioned in the Sunshine Ordinance. The question of how frequently can somebody ask for the same record, I think, is also doesn't seem to apply here at all. But I do think that, as was mentioned by one of the members, there are many reasons why somebody might want to request something again. And again, there's nothing in the Sunshine Ordinance that says you can't do that. If I go to the library and look at an unabridged dictionary, I may want to do that tomorrow or the next day or twice a day, and I may be doing it for different reasons. I've requested documents and been looking for something in particular, and then sometime later, after I've been through with the documents and may have gotten rid of them, I may find that there's something relevant that I need to look at them again from a different perspective, or look for something that I realized might be missing. There's endless reasons why such things can happen. If we take the real life example, in the old days, you could walk into an office and ask to see a file, and you would get to see it, presumably. And if you came tomorrow because you hadn't finished looking, or because you had another issue or a question or whatever reason, you could be shown it again. Likewise, I think if you send somebody who was certainly connected and has a connection with the file and with the records, I think it's up to the agency. If you go personally to an agency, they'll have somebody saying, well, Ms. Baumgartner is out of the country, but let's give you the person who's in charge now. I think it's the agency's duty to make sure that mail, whether it's physical mail or email, gets responded to properly when this is somebody who is working for them or even has worked for them. So I think this violation should be upheld. Thanks very much.
Has elapsed. Are there any other speakers on this motion? It appears that is the last speaker. I do have a request for one clarification that came up. Is this complaint and violation against the Office of the City Attorney or Ms. Baumgartner and the Office of the City Attorney?
Has to go. No, please. This has to go to the maker of the motion.
Let me see what was in the agenda for this.
It was against the Margaret Baumgartner.
I would more generally say, I guess we could include Margaret Baumgartner because at some point she was in receipt of it when she returned from her vacation. So I would say Margaret Baumgartner and the Office of the City Attorney, if the second is okay with that.
Well, the Office of the City Attorney, hold on, let's not, just hold on a second. Go back, you got to go back to the original complaint, because if you're going to expand it, there has to be some reason for that.
I noticed
579.
Yeah, I think the initial complaint actually named both.
You got to go by the intake. The intake says Margaret Baumgartner, SF City Attorney.
It said, I'm trying to think of page 579.
No, page 550. 550. That's the intake form.
550. It says Margaret Baumgartner / SF City Attorney. So I think it probably makes sense to name both.
Okay.
Thank you. Public comment on this item
is closed.
Was closed. Would you like me
Yes.
to take a vote on the motion?
Just a moment. I just want to say that we do need to caution ourselves, if anybody is knowledgeable, that while requests can be made for the same records over and over again, we cannot try for the same allegation twice. There are double jeopardy issues. So we have to be cognizant of that. If there, for some reason, there was something overlooked, we do have a reconsideration process, like an appeals process, that's available to either party. Okay, with that, are we ready for a vote? Okay, please call roll.
Yes, on that motion. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Papelbon.
Aye.
Papelbon, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Forsley.
No.
Forsley, no. Sorry. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Yay.
Schmidt, nay. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Chair Wolf.
Nay.
Wolf, nay. Give me a moment. That would be the motion passes with 8 ayes and 3 noes.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll return at 7, let's see, 6:55, 7:05.
Yes, I will ask that members turn off your camera and mute your microphone as the recording will continue to run. Thank you very much.
Like, don't worry.
Mr. Young, are you there?
I'm here.
I'm talking to Victor.
I know.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself again. I keep doing that.
Okay, no
It
problem.
looks like we do have quorum from.
Yeah, we got quorum.
Mhm. So if you would like to continue on.
Yes, let's bring it back to order.
Okay, the
And
next
let's-
item on the agenda is item number 7. File number 19126, complaint filed by Anne Chabot against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, great. Again, same call. We're going to go through our regular process. We've already found that the records are public. It's within our jurisdiction. So are both parties here?
Anne Chabot, complainant, here.
So a representative from the Arts Commission? Is there a representative from the Arts Commission? Okay, hearing none. And Victor, you don't know if we got confirmation, did you? Do you?
I'm not aware of it. I was not tracking that myself.
Okay. All right, members, I would suggest that we continue. It is what it is at this point. We'll go through our regular process and we'll see what comes out the other side. Okay, Mr. Chabot, you have 5 minutes for opening statement.
Members of the task force, Anne Chabot, complainant. I request that, once again, that this complaint heading be amended to include Rebecca Krill, since it was on the face page. The email was sent to Rebecca Krill, and she was the respondent. I cannot find at this moment the page relative to the face page, but it is there. It's handwritten. So in going to my original letter to the task force, Krill neglects to respond. She says it's attorney-client privilege. That's all she says. and I'm requesting the task force find a number of violations for the lateness of a response.
Give me one moment. I'm pausing the timer. I am muting all other. I'm muting other participants. And I would ask that members mute themselves just in case. Mr. Froh, please make sure you don't have anything on in the background and proceed.
Very quiet now. So I wrote a letter to the task force requesting to find numerous violations, the immediacy of response, the justification of withholding, the failure to direct me to another place where I might find these documents, and failure to turn over the documents on a rolling basis. Krill's letter simply says it's attorney-client privilege. Well, that's not too good in my opinion. The letter I'm referring to is dated February 9th, and it's just the same, a lot of slander, and when they're supplying their next request, I want to point out that they're marking it staff only, which means that me as the requester is not able to access the documents on next request. They did this on November 25th. They did this again throughout the entire process. So I didn't have access to the documents, even though they claim that they filed them, because they were visible only to staff. I don't really understand why they would include documents from the city attorney's office, since this was a request made to Rebecca Krill at the Arts Commission. There are other things that are inconsistent here, which is that I made the same request, the documents for the Court of Appeal case 15666, which concerned Ann Trickey, who is an employee of the Arts Commission. Well, Ann Trickey responded and included in the next request a response. She's a party to the case. That is a conflict. She's not allowed to do that. So it's the same thing. Krill says, I got these documents in a previous request, but she doesn't supply any evidence of that, and I didn't get any documents, and I didn't make a previous request. And then there's a thing with somebody called Trill, who's possibly the public information officer there. Well, the only information I could get, since none was ever sent to me from anyone at the Arts Commission, was that this public information officer wasn't employed until after I made that request. That was from a newspaper article. So I requested that the task force look at this seriously, because they didn't show up at the committee hearing and they didn't bother to notify the task force, and they didn't show up at this hearing and didn't notify anyone either. So I did not, once again, get any documents. They did not supply any evidence that I got any documents, and they just confounded and confused the case by including a lot of junk from the San Francisco City Attorney's Office, which is irrelevant. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant, the petitioner? Hearing none. Respondent, are you there?
Yes, I am. Okay, let me get off of my other platform that I was trying to unmute earlier, and it was not unmuting. I've been here for the duration of this meeting. I apologize that I couldn't get off of mute. I was trying to do so and was just at a loss. So I'm on off of a Jabber platform and now on my phone. So my name is Rochelle Axel. I'm the acting communications director for the San Francisco Arts Commission, and I just wanted to make a few statements. One, first regarding the initial request for information. The Arts Commission did respond in a timely manner to the request. It was submitted on November 22nd, 2019 at 1:41 p.m. and we responded at 1:56 p.m., so 15 minutes later, acknowledging the receipt of the request, stating that we would be, this was a Friday, and saying that we would be responding the next business day, which was Monday, which we did do. And Antricky was not part of this response. This was a external message, not a staff message. So the requester was able to see the message. At that time, we were actually in between having communications director, so it was an office manager that replied to that message on the 25th of November, so it was the next business day. And it was indeed saying that we were withholding records because we were under the understanding that it was attorney-client privilege, since this was a Court of Appeals case. And as the requester has said, it was based on a restraining order that was filed by a staff member at the Arts Commission against the requester. So we did respond in a timely manner. We didn't offer any records at that time because we felt that it was not appropriate to do so because this was a court case. And then subsequently, I was in touch with, this was, I guess, in February, I was in touch with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force staff and just was told that I did not need to attend, but that I was able to submit documents. And it was basically the exchange through next request to just indicate that we were responding at an appropriate time, as well as what we had heard from the city attorney ourselves, which was that it was restricted through attorney-client privilege. I understood at that complainant committee that was ruled otherwise, at which point I began to do a diligent search of our records electronically as we are working remotely, and there are no records in our server for the California Court of Appeals, this file A156666. So we were unable to find any records to turn over specifically. These are the same records that were requested of the city attorney that was heard at the last item. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondents? Okay, hearing none. Members? It's time for questions, clarifications. It's your chance to interview any of the parties. Go ahead, Member LaHood.
Yes, for the respondent, you indicated that records, well, first you said records were withheld because of an ongoing court case, but then you said there were no responsive records. So were records with, and I have a follow-up question, were records held or were there no responsive records?
We were under the impression that because of attorney-client privilege, we did not need to turn anything over. So back in November of 2019, I don't believe that any records were sought because of the, we understood that they were not necessary to turn over, that we shouldn't turn them over. So I cannot tell you if records were sought at that time or not, or simply stated that, we can't turn anything over. All I can say is that subsequently, which was just just last month, I was doing many hours of searching electronically for any court records that we had at our department, and I could not find any.
Okay, my follow-up question is, it sounds like the initial response that you shouldn't provide records was based on who was asking. If someone had submitted the exact same request anonymously, what would the initial response have been?
Well, I assume that if it was requesting documents from a court case, that we would have said the same thing, that based on attorney-client privilege, we were not at liberty to turn them over. That was what our understanding was in 2019 when we responded. But as I said, I understand from the committee last week, it was determined that actually they should be turned over. So that's when we began, I'm sorry, not last week, now last month. That's when we began to do the search for the records. And we cannot find any at all. Of course.
Okay, Member Forsley.
I was just gonna say it's a little concerning that they were called privileged records without even like looking for them potentially. Because how would you really know? Because not everything necessarily, I would assume, is attorney-client privilege. That is all.
I have a question for the respondent. The complainant suggested that they were unable to access the whatever responsive documents were in the next request system because it was marked as staff available only. Do you have any recollection of that, or you know what that's about?
Yeah, I actually don't need to recollect. I have the next request file open in front of me, and it is one of the records that we provided for the complainant committee, which was just a transaction of those, and these were external messages. So, you know, the first message came in on the 22nd. The request was opened. We responded with an external message that day, announced that the due date for a response was the 25th, and then we responded on the 25th with an external message.
Did you apply any files for them to download? Like, were there any responsive records?
No, there were no responsive records.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowe?
Yes,
Are you there?
there's a lot of noise. Yes, I'm here. There's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah, somebody can please mute? It's
Yes,
with whoever has the phone number 710-0630, please mute yourself. Press *6, please. Victor, can you manually mute them? Is that possible? Thank you.
Yes, I am doing that now.
Okay. Mr. Bowe, you mentioned in your opening statement that you had tried to access files in the next request system, but it was marked as staff only.
Can you say that again? Go ahead. Can you repeat?
Yes, you stated in your opening statement that you tried to access documents or files in the next request system, but that it was only available for staff. Can you explain to me what it was you're trying to access?
3 times from the onset of this next request, it said staff only. I was trying to access if there was a response, if there were documents. I couldn't access it because it says staff only. And I also want to point out that in their citing of the California government codes and stuff.
Yeah, wait a minute. No, please, ma'am, please. I just want my question answered. This isn't an opportunity to go off on another tangent. Okay. So I'm not understanding what part of the next request a system were you not able to access?
I could log on. I could pull up the next request number, but I could not access anything because it said staff only.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm just trying to ascertain this particular situation. Respondent, respond, Matt, Mr. Bowe, please.
Yes.
In the respondent, I'm sorry, can you state your name again, respondent?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
It's Rochelle Axel.
Okay, Ms. Axel, you're looking at the next request ticket. Is there some reason why Ms. Chabot would not be able to access that?
Not to my knowledge, no. As I said, there were no files uploaded, and I'm looking at a series of external messages, so I can't speak to why she wouldn't be able to view them.
Are there messages from her in that thread?
The first request, the opening request, yes.
Subsequent to that, there are no responses from her?
I do not see any, no.
Okay.
Can you
please, Ms. Chabot, please. I'm running this meeting, not you. Okay? Please, you must be silent. You must be silent, please. Ms. Axel, do you see any permissions related to that ticket as to whether it is marked for staff only access?
There is one internal message that looks just like it just looks like a test, I guess I would say, of the response that is then, moments later, an external message. I'm sorry, not moments later, a few hours later, it's an external message.
External message from who? I'm not following you here.
From Arts Commission staff. Yeah, for this thread, other than the initial requester's information request and records request, all other responses all other exchanges are from Arts Commission staff, and they are external. Yeah.
Okay. But you don't see any. Ms. Chabot, if you interrupt or disrupt this proceeding again, I will just ask the task force to close the file, and it will be done. Will be done. I'm sorry. This is an admonishment at this point. Will you comply?
When I get my rebuttal,
If you disrupt the meeting again, I'm gonna request a motion to close the file, and we'll be done with it. Will you comply? Yes or no?
If I get
Thank you. Please stand by, and a question may come to you. Okay, you'll have a chance for a rebuttal if you hear something you want to rebut against. Right now, the task force has your complaint, and we're trying to proceed with it. Any further interruptions is not helpful. Thank you. Ms. Axel, do you see any kind of configuration or settings that allows for non-public access to this ticket on your end?
Non-public, you meaning like staff only? Is that what you're
like staff only? Yes. Yes.
There's some support staff added to the ticket that says staff only.
But the ticket it's not like blocked from access by the.
No. There's nothing unusual about this. Nothing says limited access or anything like that. It's just a pretty standard looking ticket.
Okay. And Ms. Chabot, now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm trying to ascertain whether you were able to access that or not. Okay. Can you please now tell me whether you were able to access after you had filed the initial next request?
No, I was not able to access it, and I would like to ask through the chair on what page.
I will not allow a debate. I will not allow a debate between the parties. No.
Where is this request? I don't see it. It's just not quoting it anywhere. It should be in the file. It should be clear public knowledge.
Okay. Let's move on. I have Member Schmidt and Member Wong.
Yes, hi. Question for the respondents. In this case, when you're looking at the fact that the city attorney's office was handling an appeal, do you have any knowledge that the Arts Commission was really involved in any way in working with them in the appellate process?
I do not have that knowledge. I was not in the role at this time. All I can say is that I did do a diligent search of our electronic records, and there was nothing documented in our office about an exchange about this case. So that's the best answer I can give you. It would be speculation after that.
So from what you've seen, it sounds like you've detected that there may have been no records whatsoever that were responsive, that were Arts Commission records. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Member Wong and Member Forsley.
I think Member Forsley raised her hand before me.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Member Wong. I actually accidentally left it up, so I don't have anything to say right now.
Oh, this is a question for the respondent then. This is Member Wong. I wanted to find out, I know you had mentioned there was a response sent on November 25th, but I'm having difficulty finding that in the packet. I'm not sure if you could point that out.
I don't have the packet in front of me, but what I did submit last week on the 1st was essentially what I had submitted to the complainant committee, and there should be a thread that goes along with this next request that shows everything from the request opening, the acknowledgement of the receipt of the request, acknowledging the immediate disclosure request on the 22nd, and then the response on the 25th, and then following it after the request was and response was published, then it was closed.
Okay, thank you. I do see that specific thread. I was hoping
Good.
for that
I'm glad you see it.
mail response.
Before I move to the next speaker, I just want you to everybody to know that if you go to page 827, that's page 13 of the PDF, you'll see a link. That link is active, and you don't have to log in. You can see everything that's there for the next request item in there. There's no files attached. Okay, let's move on. I have Member Schmidt and Vice Chair Yankee.
Sorry, I left my hand up too there. I apologize.
Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead. Put your hands down. Okay,
I'll put my hand down before I start talking so I don't forget. Okay. Just to direct the task force, I know there's some questions about the next request thing to page P900, I believe is where it starts. There's a copy paste of the whole next request thing. And in particular, I thought it was worth looking at page 901, which seems to show a chronological list of when things were sent and delivered and opened. And on page 901, there's something that was sent on November 25th at 4:05, was delivered that same time, November 25th at 4:05. And then it was opened on November 26th, 1:13. So it does appear that the message was sent to, delivered, and opened by the recipient. So maybe that might help answer some of the questions regarding what was going on in the next request, to actually be able to see it all out there. So that was all I had. Not a question necessarily.
Okay, great. Any other questions, clarifications for any of the parties at this point? Okay, should we move to rebuttals? Okay, Ms. Axel, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Victor, when you're ready.
Yes, you may proceed.
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you can. I can. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. I really don't have a rebuttal. I'm sorry that the requester was not able to see the exchange because it seemed that the system was working just fine. Again, I think in the initial response, we assumed that there was attorney-client privilege to withhold the documents. Again, when we heard that that was not actually the case, we did do a diligent search of our electronic records and could find nothing in reference at all to the court case in the Arts Commission's files. That's really all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Trudeau, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Firstly, if a restraining order issued by a superior court, a trial court, it would have gone to the complainant. That would have been Ann Trickey, an employee of the Arts Commission. That is a document that would have been in the file. Any subsequent documents would have been in a file. If there is an active restraining order, it is incumbent upon the person who holds the restraining order to have the document in their hand. So that would be a document that would have been made available to me. Looking at the original handwritten face page of November 22nd, 2019 was made against Rebecca Krill, and I hand wrote, I did not get the documents requested. No section of the Sunshine Ordinance cited as justification of withholding. Attorney-client privilege is not part of the Sunshine Ordinance. And then, while there may be an active link to a next request, it is incumbent upon the requester to supply facts and evidence. If they're claiming that they sent documents and that I received them, where are they in the file? A simple link that I don't remember, I'm vague on the issue, and now a number of years later we're looking into it, is kind of a little weird. I did not get any documents. And their original cites of the reasons for withholding don't even pertain to anything. I included them, the full civil codes they cited, in my filing. They don't pertain to anything. They're taken out of the wind. So I request that here, I'm looking at the city attorney's memo, page 2. We have no other responsive records. What are the first records, much less other responsive records? And then they collude with the city, claiming that the city attorney sent me all non-privileged documents. I didn't get anything, and unless somebody pulls up this next request and includes it in the file, anything that's marked staff only means I don't get it. And they did not, when they finished and they published it, is when I accessed it. And it was the same day. There was nothing. And as far as this exhaustive electronic search that took place between last month and this month, I don't see any
Your time
evidence.
has elapsed.
Thank you. Okay, members, time to deliberate and come up with an action. Member Forsley.
I was going to say, I just find it interesting that if somebody has a restraining order against somebody and they work for a city department, that there's absolutely no communication about a member of their department having a restraining order against someone and like discussing how that would work or like any types of surroundings about that particular issue. So I think the initial response of its attorney-client privilege, delayed access to the records in that they didn't even look for anything by the respondent's own admission. So I think that whether they got erased or lost or whatever, I think they possibly should have been looked for initially before you can call it attorney-client privilege.
Thank you. Member Frazier, and then Member Stein.
Yeah, I agree with Member Forsley that the initial response seems problematic, but looking, as Vice Chair Yankee pointed out, at the summary of the correspondences and the expeditious manner in which they did respond, and we can only, I guess, kind of take the word of the respondent for the diligent search that was completed later, and it appears as though there's just not responsive documents, and I find that testimony fairly compelling.
Member Stein. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I have something kind of similar to say, which is that it seems like a mistake was made in not looking for the records first and seeing whether there was anything and then what might have been subject to attorney-client privilege. At the same time, I'm not at all sure that why there would be any documents at the Arts Commission just because an employee there sought and received a restraining order. That doesn't necessarily mean that they would have any documents there having to do with that. So that was my comment.
Vice Chair Yankee, then Member Schmidt.
Sure. I'll just talk a little bit about this because I've actually gone through this exact experience myself in my work life, where I had to work with I work for a county government, with our county council to obtain a workplace violence restraining order against someone. And all the court filings, which I would consider to be let's say the public documents, were all handled through the county counsel's office. They wouldn't come directly to my division. It'd be handled by our attorneys. Any communications I would have had with the attorney in that case would have been a privileged attorney-client to talk about the evidence of the case and so forth and so on. I think Member Frazier mentioned it also, and going back to the testimony of the respondent, it seems very compelling to me that the Arts Commission themselves likely wouldn't have the public court filing documents. They probably didn't go to them anyways. And anything they would have had would have been their private communications with their counsel regarding the evidence in their defense or what, so forth and so on regarding the case. And so I just wanted to share a little bit. I'm happy to answer any questions about my own personal experience, but just wanted to put that out there for the task force.
Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, and this is somewhat repetitive of the other members who I pretty much agree with. Member Yankee, yeah, I've done work as the attorney getting some of these restraining orders, and the view on it is, yeah, the papers stay pretty much with the attorneys and with the courts. And in this situation where you're dealing just with a request for the appeal file, that's the way I read it, sort of like within the frames of the request, is this has to do with the Court of Appeal matter. I'm guessing it's possible that the Arts Commission never even knew that there was an appeal of this thing. I'm sure that people there knew at the time it was in the trial court that something was happening, although I'm sure also it was a pretty limited scope in terms of who. It was probably a need to know kind of situation. As Member Yankee talked about, these are sensitive matters. But when it goes up on appeal, they're just dealing with the same record that's already created down at the trial court level, and they're just handling legal issues that arise from whatever evidence is already in. So I would have to guess that there's likely nothing at the Arts Commission that would have been responsive to this request.
Is there a motion?
Well, I'll make one. I'll move to find no violation against Rebecca Krell and the Arts Commission.
This is Member Frazier. I second.
Okay, any
moment.
discussion on the motion?
Okay.
This is Member Forsley. I just wanted to say thank you to Member Schmidt regarding making the clarification regarding documents pertaining to the particular appeals. I guess when I was thinking about it, it was more of, I just couldn't imagine that if there was like a restraining order appeals case going on within the office, that somebody wouldn't communicate using their work email to say, so-and-so's going to be out today because she's dealing with that case, or so-and-so is not going to be here because of XYZ. So I guess I just was assuming that the complainant was asking for any type of correspondences, not like official court stamped documents.
Okay, shall we move to public comment? Okay, Victor?
Any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this motion?
Yes, anonymous, please.
Yes, give me one moment. Please proceed.
I would agree with most of what the task force has said, but especially both comments from Member Forsley, both her earlier comment and the new clarification. It is I'm not sure if you consider that restraining order responsive to this request, but if it is, and if it only exists on Ms. Tricky's personal electronic devices, there was a responsibility for the if Ann Tricky is an employee of the Arts Commission as opposed to some other department, I don't know if she is, then the Arts Commission had a responsibility under the City of San Jose to proactively reach out to its employees that it knew or should have known would have records relevant to the case at hand for them to search their personal electronic devices. There's no magic words required to invoke City of San Jose. I would hope, consult with your DCA if you have issues with that. And it's possible it's not a responsive record, and it's also possible they did that search. But I haven't heard them say that they did actually do a search of personal property. You do not have to explicitly ask for such a search. The Supreme Court found that that search is just part of what you do. So I would ask the task force, simply ask the respondent, did they search the affected employee, if she is in fact an employee of the Arts Commission specifically, for a copy of that record? And if they don't have it, or she's not an employee, then I would agree that there's no violation. But I do think there's one thing you can still look for, given that it's been raised by the one of your members and the complainant. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public for public comment on this matter? I do not hear any additional public comment on this matter.
Okay. Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Any final thoughts, folks? Or are we ready for a vote? Okay. Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Yes, on the motion. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Forsley.
I'm sorry. Can you read the motion really quickly?
The motion is to find that the San Francisco Arts Commission did not violate the administrative code in regards to this complaint, 67.25. Is a motion to find no violation.
Okay, nay.
Forsley, nay. Member Pamaban?
Aye.
Pamaban, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes with 10 ayes.
I don't think you asked my name. You didn't call me.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, there's your name. I skipped over you by accident. My apologies. Member LaHood.
Aye. Thank you.
LaHood, aye. Sorry about that. Trick of the eyes. That would be 10 ayes and 1 no.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 8 is file number 19124, complaint filed by Anonymous against Chief William Scott and Lieutenant Andrew Cox and the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, 67.25, 67.26, 67.27 by failing to assist in timely or by failing to provide a timely or complete response to records requests, by failing to provide response on a rolling basis, by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and by failing to provide written justification for withholding.
Okay. Madam Chair, complaints and amendments. Do you have anything you want to present?
This was just we found jurisdiction and that the records were public, and this will be the first hearing of the full task force.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, let's begin. Are both parties present?
Lieutenant Parrish here for the San Francisco Police Department.
Thank you.
Repeat your name again. I didn't catch that.
Lieutenant Parrish.
And then, could you spell your last name, please?
P-E-R-A.
R-A. Thank you.
And Anonymous, are you here?
Yes, sorry. We may have spoke over each other. The anonymous complainant is present.
Okay, great. Okay, Victor, if you're ready with the clock, Anonymous, you have 5 minutes for opening statement.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I hope this is a short complaint because I don't believe there's any material dispute between the police department and myself at this point. The summary is on page footer P1196, which is PDF page 268. This was a long ago request for certain SB 1421 records, which are police, basically records of police personnel records that used to be exempt under 832.7A of the Penal Code. A few years ago, they were made non-exempt. At the time of the request and response and complaint in 2019, the police department was not redacting SB 1421 records properly. They weren't providing justifications. At the time of the committee hearing in December 2020, Lieutenant Cox, who was the previous representative of the respondent, told SITF that Lieutenant Wayland, who I believe is in charge of SB 1421 record production, would follow up with me on correcting the procedures of the police department. They didn't immediately do so, so I went to the police commission, and this is a year after my complaint. The commissioners agreed with what I was saying. They asked both the SSP and DPA about this. The SSP and DPA said they were now correcting them. I received a letter in February from Lieutenant or Acting Captain Wayland that they would go back and fix this problem for SB 1421 records they had released in the past as well. I know I asked you for 4 violations. I don't really care about the other ones. What I care about is that police misconduct records get released properly, following all sunshine rules, including the most important one, which is that every redaction be keyed by a footnote or other clear reference to a particular justification. And I believe, long after my complaint, they have now started doing this with other people's records as well. And so I believe, and I hope the respondent will correct me, they now have a public portal where they put they don't just respond to me, but there's the omnibus SB 1421 request from everyone else, including the media organizations. They do respond correctly to them now, but they did not do so at the time of my complaint. They have claimed they will go back and fix the old records they had provided me. They haven't done so yet. I do believe there are still flaws in how they are providing those keys, but I don't believe I'm allowed to raise them before the full task force here. And instead, I believe I have to deal with that as compliance, if you agree, of course, that they did need to provide a key. So I'm going to ask solely for a violation of Admin Code 6726 for failing to key redactions by footnote or other clear reference in SB 1421 records. I'm not going to go through all the arguments and timelines. If you need me to, I certainly can, but I think they told you during committee they accepted that this was required, and at this point they are now doing it for other SB 1421 records, and they will go back and hopefully speak to their word and do it with these records as well. Thank you very much. That's it. Are you guys hearing me? Hello?
I didn't hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence in support of the complainant, the petitioner? Okay, hearing none. Respondent, please state your name again for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Lieutenant Para, Anonymous brought up the points that we have addressed already. I have prepared something for this. I'm new to this position, so I am actually don't have any direct knowledge of these items that we're talking about, other than what I have on this paper here that I'm going to read. San Francisco Police Department is in receipt of the complaint filed by Anonymous with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, alleging that SFPD violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21, 67.26, 67.27 by failing to respond to the immediate disclosure request in a timely and complete manner, failing to respond to public records requests in a timely or complete manner, failing to justify withholding of records. The San Francisco takes responsibility for not providing a response to the requester within the required time frame. On October 4th, 2019, public records request was submitted to the department via email to an email account that is not used by the Department of Public Records request. The department has processed. Excuse me, did someone say something? The department has a process for public records requests. The unit that monitors this account forwarded the request to the appropriate division on October 16th, so it was after the date. The request was made as an immediate disclosure request. The immediate disclosure process is for requests that are simple, routine, and otherwise readily available to answer, as you know. This request was not simple, it wasn't routine, and otherwise readily available. On October 17th, we acknowledged that the request was received on October 16th and informed the requester that the maximum deadline for response to the request applied and invoked the extension of time to respond pursuant to the government code of 6253, because we needed to consult with other counsel on this. The SFPD initially interpreted the October 4th request for personal records pertaining to the member involved in the incident from January 1st, 2019 to the present, that qualified under 1421, that's the SB 1421, which modified Penal Code Section 8032.7. As such, SFPD provided a response date October 25th, 2019, stating that the SFPD will respond to the request in compliance with the law, but SFPD will face time constraints in doing so and invoke a rule of reason to guide the timing of SFPD's response and provide the records on a rolling basis. Now, the SFPD provided a requester an additional extension letter on November 8th, 2019, and indicated SFPD will provide an update on Friday, November 22nd, 2019. On November 21st, 2019, SFPD reviewed the basis of the complaint and determined that there was misunderstanding on what was requested. Upon receipt of the clarification of the request to produce all records which clarified under SB 1421 that were previously released to the public, SFPD produced the responsive records on November 25th, 2019. On November 26th, 2019, SFPD provided the corresponding letters for each record release with the details of the exceptions applied to the redaction and production of the records. SFPD produced SB 1421 records now containing keyed redactions, SFPD will continue to apply keyed redactions to previously produced SB 1421 records and will post the records to the SFPD Public Records Portal, SB 1421 archives. SFPD has received a number of requests from previous confidential peace officers' records made public as a result of the passage of SB 1421. So SFPD must balance its duty to respond to public records requests with its duty to perform the broad range of tasks performed by the SFPD personnel that results in keeping the peace and maintaining safety in our communities, responding to requests for all records pertaining to SB 1421, disclosing records and quite burdensome and timely consuming, especially when completed with our duties to respond to the public records requests for others' SFPD requests. It is in this rare circumstance that we find it necessary to invoke a rule of reason to guide the timing of our response to the volumism of public records requests for all SB 1421 disclosure files. As the city attorney has stated on pages 97 to 98 of the Good Government Guide, which is available on the city attorney's website, the law recognizes when there is a conflict between the department's performance of its wide range of duties and its responsibilities under public record laws, reason demands flexibility and timing of responses to requests. Under this rule, and given the SFPD or other public obligations, we are not able to devote an unlimited amount of time to staff time to this request and likely request. Nonetheless, we intend to provide a complete response, but it will take longer than ordinary in this case. There should be an estimated time in the future after we get further along on this. Additionally, it should be noted that during the COVID-19 emergency, the mayor's 5th supplemental proclamation has supplemented the timelines associated with public records requests. That's my statement. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members? Question and clarification time. I'll just note before we start that we continue to hear this same statement around 6725 that it's meant for simple kinds of requests, and that is not true. What it does allow is for an extension of time if the request is voluminous. So this is kind of a spin that somebody has been spreading around the city departments to say to members of the public that they can convert their immediate disclosure requests into quote unquote a regular request. And then it becomes a 6721 request. And the task force has found that to be a complete violation of the ordinance and a disrespect of the ordinance. It's a bad interpretation, and we've held that to be untrue. Just so for everybody's edification and folks that are new here, that has been some of the history on that. Okay, let's go with, I've got Member Schmidt.
Yeah, hi. Mr. Anonymous, I want to ask you a question. Seeing as you've pared down your request in a more than reasonable way so that you're really not asking for much in terms of relief from us, I don't have any factual questions left that I would have had about what you had left that you needed. But I have a legal question, which in this case, which is to me a very important case involving some very important informational categories. There's an assertion that you make, and I've seen this in both this case and another case we'll hear later tonight that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
And I'm going to cite, you have something called a schematic guide, and I've got page 1187 in the record is the schematic guide. And you make a statement here and in a couple other places about distinguishing between what you call optional exemptions and mandatory exemptions. Now, to me, I'm going to ask you where you get that from, and it's important for both halves of that, how we treat both halves of that sort of universe of whatever are these optionals and what are these mandatories. But could you give me some kind of citation of why you keep telling us that optional exemptions should be treated differently than mandatory exemptions?
Certainly. The preface to that is I am not raising that here because I can't raise the difference here until compliance is my understanding, but I'll explain it here anyway. The citation is the law in Penal Code 832.7b5 versus Penal Code 832.7b6. Penal Code 832.7b5 says that the government shall redact those pieces of information: personal info of officers, anonymity of complainants and witnesses, federal law prohibitions of invasion of personal privacy, and danger to safety. And my understanding from inferring from the St. Croix case is if state law says you have to redact something, the cities, it doesn't matter what city law says, oh, you should still disclose. It says shall redact. And my understanding also is that the other one says may. Hello, is someone speaking? Am I? Hello.
No, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Someone else is speaking.
I heard that too. Yeah.
Code 832.7b6, which is the catch-all balancing test, says may redact. And so my argument, though I don't think it's relevant to the one violation I'm asking here at this point, is that the just like the CPRA says they can redact or may redact this, or I think it's may withhold this information. That's different from must or shall withhold. And I think that when the legislature uses two different words, you have to treat them as having two different meanings. That's my argument. But again, I can go into more detail, but I haven't discussed it all because I don't think I'm asking you to find that.
I understand that. I guess I was ready with this and your other case with the same question. Yeah. And okay. So I'm going ahead with it now, and we won't have to deal with it later. So, yeah, I know I see your distinction, shall versus may. And you're saying, well, since the words are different, there must be a way that we should treat them differently. The one thing you've told me just now is that the reason you think they need to be treated differently in the way you say they should be treated differently is something you draw from the St. Croix case. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. My understanding is that St. Croix held that when a state law says something is required to be confidential or privileged, it doesn't matter what the Sunshine Ordinance says. So and for background, the Sunshine Ordinance says, and I know that some on the task force disagree, but I believe this is what the court says, that even though the Sunshine Ordinance says that communications between the city and the city attorney about the Sunshine Ordinance are public, that in a court case where this is about the Ethics Commission communicating to the city attorney, they found that the state law attorney-client privilege overrides that exception to the exemption that's included in the Sunshine Ordinance. And so my argument is that the Sunshine Ordinance in 6724 G and I says, and actually all of those letters in 6724 say that certain permissive, is the word they use, which is optional exemptions, can just be ignored in the city of San Francisco. And I'm saying, yes, it works because that is an optional exemption instead of if it said shall redact and made the balancing test mandatory. I hope I've explained that.
Yeah, I get it now, and thank you for the citation. That's what I was trying to get, is where if you, it looked like you were pulling it out of thin air, but now I see you got it somewhere, and so I'm going to look at that case to figure out if I read it the same as you do. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Okay. I just have a question for Anonymous, just along that lines a little bit also. I believe the St. Croix versus Grossman case was just St. Croix. It was not the Ethics Commission. Is that how you understand it?
I don't know the details. You may be right, but even if you are, I believe St. Croix was an officer of or staff of the Ethics Commission, and it was communications between that employee. I don't remember the details, but I believe that is. I can look it up if you need me to.
Right. I believe that we've been corrected on that many times by Grossman himself when he was alive. He had made that correction to many people many times, that there is a difference, and that his case was specifically about a communication specifically to that person who may have, whether they're an employee of the Ethics Commission or not, wasn't necessarily representing the Ethics Commission, and that the question of attorney-client privilege with regards to the commission itself may have a different meaning, and there was that distinction that came up in that. It does demand a review, because I think the St. Croix case is very specific to certain aspects, and it doesn't necessarily cover attorney-client privilege broadly. So in any case, discussion for another day per se, but it's worth mentioning. Any other questions, clarifications for any of the parties here? Okay, shall we move to rebuttals? Hearing no objections. Okay, respondent, you have 3 minutes for rebuttals. Victor, when you're ready.
Please proceed.
We recognize that there were things that we probably should have done differently on this. We're taking steps right now to address those, as Anonymous had said, and making things better. I mean, we look at these as opportunities to, correct or make our shot better. So it's just in regards to this, it's like, I think we, things are brought to our attention from, people from the general public that, we might not have seen initially when we started, dealing with some of these redactions and these requests. But other than that, I have nothing else that I need to add.
Thank you. And petitioner, you have 3 minutes.
Sure, and I thank the other party for attending and being straightforward. I just want to be clear about something. I have never asked you to find that the rule of reason is not acceptable in here. It's totally acceptable. They've invoked it for me and every other person who's made an omnibus SB 1421 request. That was never an issue. The issue is if they have to give some response. I don't even really care about that, because you've already discussed in other complaints that you ruled after I filed this one that mailing list excuse doesn't work, and this whole thing about immediate disclosure is not relevant. All I care about, and what is unique and matters in this case, and I think the thing that I care about achieving, is that there's a written ruling that police misconduct records get all the benefits of the Sunshine Ordinance, and most importantly, the redactions in those police misconduct records should have a key, as they've admitted it. I will need to discuss something further at compliance if you agree with me that they do need to be keyed. And so I will ask you solely to find a violation of admin code 6726 for failing to key by footnote or other clear reference redactions in SB 1421 records. And I am asking you to have that specific clause at the end so that if other agencies in the future argue, well, SB 1421 records are special and they don't get this treatment, there is something the public can show for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, members. Deliberation time and a motion. Member Stein, please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry. I just have one thing I'm confused about, which is that Anonymous said we find a violation of 67.26. Does he not mean 67.27, failing to provide written justification of withholding?
Do you want to respond to that, Anonymous?
No, I'm asking for 6726. I believe initially they were willing to provide just general justifications, which is the requirement under 6727. It happened after I filed complaint. But what they weren't doing is keying each redaction by footnote or other clear reference to say why they're redacting a particular piece of information. And I believe that requirement is solely in admin code 6726. Thank you.
Okay. 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 Then,
Go ahead.
I can make a motion then that we find a violation of 6726.
And
This
if
is
you
Member Frazier. I second.
Okay. We can't just make a statement of citation. Give a little substance to the citation.
So that information that is exempt from disclosure shall be masked, deleted, or otherwise segregated. Let's see, where is this? I mean, I guess we can just say that it needs to be keyed, that the withholdings need to be keyed to a justification for why they were withheld.
Okay. Does the second accept that? Member
Yes.
Frazier? Okay,
yes.
Great.
Yes. The word keyed is not a normal word that you use. Can we
it's in the order.
Justification for redaction? I'm just trying to make this easy for the members of the public to understand.
Well, but the word keyed is used in the ordinance.
Okay. I'm not reading that specifically, but I'm just trying to write it by failing to provide key. I'm just trying to write it in a way.
We can say and keyed by footnote or other clear reference.
Sorry, I was speaking
to the appropriate justification.
Do you mind repeating that? I didn't.
Yeah, that any redaction be keyed by footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification.
The footnotes
or other clear reference.
Got it. I will refer to the code. I just haven't heard that term used before myself. My apologies.
Okay.
It's verbatim from 67.
I will find it and I will copy it out. I just haven't heard that before at this body.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just add that the matter be monitored if and when it's approved, that it be monitored by compliance and amendments, and to require the police department to provide a report of when they make these changes to the compliance and amendments committee.
May I see, Would you like to request the police department to provide a report in a certain time frame, or?
Well, I don't know what the time frame necessarily is at this point. I imagine that that's being worked out between the parties. So whenever it does happen, it happens. If it gets to be extended, I'm sure we'll hear about it from the petitioner. But I just want to at least notate for the record that I'd like the police department to report when they completed the change to notify our Compliance and Amendments Committee, and for the committee to monitor it at that point.
This is a respondent. I'm kind of new to this. So did you need to follow up on our part? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And will there be something that will be sent over to us, or is this something that I need to make note of right now? And
essentially, when you are finished with the work that you're doing for compliance, and you notify the requester, the complainant here, anonymous, please send a notice to our office when that happens.
Okay. Is there a point of contact? Is anybody there that I can talk to if I have further questions on this?
Yes, you can contact Cheryl, Cheryl,
okay.
Leger, Leger. The email address is sotf@sfgov.org.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, members, let's go for public comment on the motion.
Yes, are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this motion?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please proceed, Mr. Warfield.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not a party to this and are not familiar with the details. However, I wanted to say that certainly I appreciate the chair mentioning a misconception specifically about immediate disclosure requests not being treated as immediate disclosure requests, that's a mistake, that's an error. An immediate disclosure request is an immediate disclosure request. It may be entitled to an extension, but it's not a regular request by determination of the recipient. So I also appreciate that there's an attempt to put some more, if you like, meat on the bones of your order of determination. One of the things that I heard is something that I think is very wrong, and certainly I have heard it before, and it's something that is potentially coming up with anybody's request for information, and that is we heard the lieutenant say that they can't give unlimited time to satisfying requests, and I believe there was also a mention of having other work to do. And so in the same section 67.26, I think it's important to explicitly reject such kind of an argument. The exact wording is in this very short section near the end, and it says, the work of responding to a public records request and preparing documents for disclosure shall be considered part of the regular work duties of any city employee. And that comes right after talk about the work of exemption and exemption review and all these kind of things being done as part of this section. So I think it would be very useful to have that explicitly in there so that in future people don't throw that around as a justification for either not providing information or records or delaying unnecessarily the work. I can also say that I recall from the election book, the election manual on the Sunshine Ordinance, that there was a very clear statement. Pardon?
30 seconds.
Thank you. That there was a very clear statement in the election book by the controller that there would be expenses associated with the Sunshine Ordinance, and that was to be expected, and he even made an estimate of what that would be. So again, I would urge you to reject explicitly one of the arguments being made with respect to this matter this evening. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Hearing no more public comment, are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Yes, on the motion. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Forsley.
Aye.
Member Palmabon.
Aye.
Palmabon, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
You already called me.
Sorry. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye, and I, just for the record, want to say thank you to the police department for actually stepping up and with this level of compliance. It's very important considering the changing laws in the state, and I think everybody appreciates the going the extra step for transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's the tally, please?
Oh, sorry. That motion passes by unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Please call the next item.
Next on the agenda is item number 9, file number 20066, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21B, incomplete response, 67.24I, citation of unlawful public interest balancing test, 67.26, nominal withholding, 67.27, failure to cite a specific provision of law for justification.
Okay, CAC Chair LaHood, anything to add?
Yeah, so again, we found jurisdiction and that these were public documents. There's some connection with the previous item. You're going to hear more about SB 1421, and this has to do with audio files.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll start again with hearing from the parties. Are both parties present?
Anonymous petitioner is present.
Sergeant Youngblood for the Police Commission.
Very
Sorry,
good. Thank you.
Could you restate your name? I didn't catch that.
Sergeant Youngblood for the Police Commission.
And thank you for attending. Okay, Anonymous, when you're ready, Victor, Anonymous, you have 5 minutes.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. The summary as of April 1st is on P1312, which is PDF page 70. So this is about the Police Commission's Omnibus SB 1420 request. Unlike the Police Department, the Police Commission does generally follow, or at least I was able to convince them early enough to follow the P and those other rules. So it's a much narrower issue here, and it's more nuanced. There's two very separate issues. One of them is the one member Schmidt already started discussing in the prior case, which is there is a catch-all balancing test in the Penal Code 832.7. There are 5 reasons you can redact an SB 1421 record. 4 of those are mandatory, and that's 832.7B5. And then one of them is optional, specifically because it says may redact instead of shall redact. And I'll get into why that matters in detail in a second. that Penal Code 832.7b6 says, notwithstanding paragraph 5, which is the one with mandatory exemptions, and it says you can only use these 4. It says, quote, an agency may redact a record disclosed pursuant to this section, including personally identifying information where, on the facts of the particular case, the public interest served by not disclosing information clearly outweighs the public interest served by the disclosure of the information. And it says may, which is specifically different than the line exactly above it, which says shall. And if you wonder why that matters to the Sunshine Ordinance, the Sunshine Ordinance allows you to use as just, quote, a permissive exemption, which permissive exemption is not forbidden to be asserted by this ordinance. And a permissive exemption is one that you're allowed to redact, but not necessarily one that you have to redact. 6727 has a different clause for that. You're also allowed a withholding on the basis that disclosure is prohibited by law. This local law can't override prohibitions of disclosure, like in Penal Code 832.7b5, or, for example, in my view, the attorney-client privilege. But it can override, say, Government Code 6255, which is the original public interest balancing catch-all test, and as 6724I explicitly states, every other catch-all public interest balancing test. Now, I don't know if this is still an issue. I got a letter from the supervisor of records that the police commission isn't actually using this, but still, I guess, asserts the right that they might use it in the future. So they did cite it before the date that of the emergency suspension of the Sunshine Ordinance by the mayor, and that's all that's that issue. I can't after that. And I think that they were not allowed to cite the catch-all test prior to their emergency order. There's a completely second component. That first issue has nothing to do with audio-video records. They're redactions in paper records that they use Penal Code 832.7b6, but may now be retracting that justification. I don't know. These are recordings of hearings, closed session hearings, of the supposed performance evaluation of Chief Scott regarding if he allowed or punished the officers involved in this potential misconduct. And they can, of course, redact or withhold the portions of those recordings that are, in fact, the evaluation of the police chief. But my argument is that court cases, and I've listed them, find that only the record created in conjunction with the evaluation or performance process is subject to that exemption. So during the hearing, where they're discussing the facts of the case of what the officer who supposedly engaged in misconduct was doing and what punishment they did or did not receive, that's the personnel file, in my view, of the officer involved in the incident, which is explicitly disclosable under Penal Code 832.7b. Even though the part where the police commission is discussing whether the chief did a good job or not in punishing or not punishing that officer is exempt under the Chief Scott's personnel record in Penal Code 832.7a. And so my view is that in those recordings, they have to provide the discussion of just what happened in the police shooting, for example, who did what, was the officer punished or not, and then they don't have to provide, because it's exempt as Chief Scott's personnel record, the evaluation of Chief Scott. And so, yeah, they're two very different issues. You may agree or disagree on those two issues completely separately. The first issue is merely that this is one of the most important parts of the Sunshine Ordinance, is not citing catch-all tests. They claim that now they have found some other reasons to cite that and some other more specific exemptions, and that's fine, but you can't cite a catch-all balancing test in San Francisco. And I think you have to be really firm about that. Member Highland had some colorful remarks about that when the mayor was doing that a few months ago, and I think they apply here.
Time has elapsed.
Chair Wolf, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence in support of the petition or the complainant? Hearing none. Lieutenant Youngblood, your turn, 5 minutes.
You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me, correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And forgive me, I'm actually running a commission meeting at the simultaneously, so this is going to be a little bit disjointed, but basically I don't have too much to add other than the commission is standing by the city attorney's advice in the memo that they provided regarding this issue. They have stated, and the commission agrees, that the commission has the authority to meet in closed session to review the chief's performance, which includes his decision to return or not to return an officer to duty. So closed session evaluation by the commission of the chief's performance does not need to be a regularly scheduled covering of all aspects of his performance, but it may be, as it was in this case, an evaluation of the chief's performance with respect to particular events or a decision. The Good Government Guide states that evaluation of an employee may include more than a formal or a regular process, such as an annual performance evaluation. So it may include an evaluation of the employee's performance regarding the incident involving that employee or a specific matter that the employee's responsibility. We're also taking the stance that this is not SB 1421 material that needs to be released. It is a evaluation done in closed session by the police commission of the police chief's evaluation of what he has done or why he has done something of a particular incident. So it is not what we are considering SB 1421 material. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence in support of the respondent?
No.
None, members? Questions, clarifications? I have a question for Anonymous. The audio you're referring to, is that part of a public meeting?
Correct. It's a public meeting for which portion of it was held in closed session, and they have a recording. Correct.
Okay. And okay. And do you know, to either of you, did the chief request the closed session to be held publicly?
I can't answer that, Anonymous. That's anonymous.
Lieutenant Youngblood?
The chief does not request this to be public. No, this is always done in closed session per the police commission's request.
I understand that, but the law does require on employee relations issues that are held in closed session that the employee has the option to request it be heard publicly.
That was not done at this meeting, no.
Okay, thank you. Anonymous, you mentioned in 6724I that there was let me get the correct language here, that there was a permissive provision, I think you mentioned, but the ordinance uses the word express. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Certainly. It's the distinction between the optional and mandatory exemptions is not in 6724I. It's in 6727, which states that any withholding of information shall be justified in writing as follows. A withholding under a specific permissive exemption in the California Public Records Act or elsewhere. And my argument is B6 is elsewhere, permissive, which permissive exemption is not forbidden to be asserted by this ordinance shall cite that authority. And my argument is that 6724I is forbidden, is what forbids the assertion of the permissive exemption found in Penal Code 832.7B6. And what distinguishes that is 6727B, where if it's a prohibition on disclosure, there's nothing that we can locally do.
Okay, and does that have any application with regards to SB 1421?
Correct. So my argument is that yes, 832.7B1 is SB 14. 832.7B of the Penal Code is SB 1421. Here's what it says.
Got it.
It says that it shall be made available under the CPRA. That's why I believe it applies.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Member Schmidt.
Yes, for anonymous, yeah, I had that, Chair Wolf, I had exactly that question. I heard that word permissive and I didn't know where it was, but thank you. It's in 27. Although I want to point out that we need to distinguish here between your idea of the shall and the may being important versus the idea of balancing. Those are different things, and I think there may be some sort of intermixing of those. But we'll probably come back to that at some point. The question I want to ask you is it your understanding now that the respondent is falling back on all their reliance on those balancing tests, and yet they're asserting different other exemptions to protect what they remain protecting in this case?
I'm going to try to answer that. I'm not sure I heard the first part, but
sure.
I believe, but they didn't, I think you should really ask them. I believe, and because they didn't really say it in their 5 minutes, I believe that the city attorney's office has told me that the respondent is no longer relying on citation to Penal Code 832.7b6, but asserts a generic right that they might do so in the future. And that's not what's at dispute here, and I can't dispute something that might happen in the future. I'm saying they cited it to me prior to March 24th or whenever the date the mayor said now they're allowed to do that. That was not okay, and that's the basis of my argument of violation of 6724I. I think you should ask them. I think they are. I believe that they are now going to use the specific non-catch-all tests to exempt that same information. I am not challenging that. I just think they have to use specific exemptions, not the catch-all. I hope that answers it. I didn't hear what you said in the beginning.
Okay, when you say the city attorney, are you saying the city attorney in the city attorney's role, or in this role where they wrote that supervisor of records memo?
They wrote two responses. So they wrote an initial response to me saying we defend the right to use balancing tests that are not Government Code 6255, which is the entire thing I dispute. But then they wrote another response saying, actually, we've gone back and I think they've checked with the police commission. The police commission didn't intend to rely on Penal Code 832.7b6 in the specific records I had raised, and that they reserve the right to do so someday in the future. Yeah. And I just, they haven't done so anytime recently anymore.
Okay. Because I will tell you that I thought that the 2015 memo it had some merit, although the memo about how they used that 2015 letter to somehow also justify 832.7, it made no sense to me. So I certainly wouldn't. I don't subscribe to what they said in that. I'm going to then ask respondent, do you know if your department is actually relying on the balancing test in withholding documents at this time with regard to this complaint? And I'm talking about 832.7.
You're asking, have we used that redaction code in the past? Yes, we have.
At this time.
The attorney.
At this time, are you still relying on it to justify as an exemption withholding documents from in responding to Anonymous's request?
At this time, we are not.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you've withdrawn your reliance on 832.7, the balancing test of 832.7?
No, we have not withdrawn. Based on what the city attorney has advised to us, we are able to use that code.
Yes.
That it was correct, but at this point in time, we have used it in the past, but going forward, we have not used it since.
In this case?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Nothing further now.
Thank you. Any other questions, clarifications, members? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay, Lieutenant Youngblood, you're first, 3 minutes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And again, like I said, I don't have anything more to add at this point.
Okay, thank you. And Anonymous, you're 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Look, the fact that they state that was accidentally used, or the city attorney on their behalf states that it was accidentally used, and then they went and found other exemptions, I think is the right answer. In San Francisco, they need to find specific exemptions and not use the catch-all balancing test, at least prior to the date of the mayor's emergency order suspending that provision of law. I think I agree with Member Schmidt about why that original memo doesn't apply. Look, there's 6724G, which says the specific test in Government Code 6255 doesn't apply. And then there's 6724I, which says all balancing tests don't apply. And my understanding of statutory construction is that when you have two different laws, then the voters or the legislature put both there, you can't just assume that they mean the same thing and that the only thing the second one means is a restatement of, Government Code 6255 is prohibited. I think it's very important that San Francisco stick to one of the core principles of the Sunshine Ordinance, which is you do not use catch-all tests, you do not use balancing tests. And you go and you do the work to find the specific reason why things are exempt. And if there is no explicit exemption, and you're going to use the catch-all instead, you're not allowed to do that in San Francisco, apart from the COVID emergency order. On the second issue, I think I have a much harder way to go there. But there is a portion of Penal Code 832.7, I think C2 and 3, where the facts of, they don't have to give separate personnel records, but the portions of which are the Chief Scott's personnel records, but the portion of that record that is just a discussion of the facts of what happened here, I think constitutes a, quote, record relating to an incident. And it's extremely broadly defined in Penal Code 832.7 just what exactly is a record that has to be released. Investigative reports, photographic, audio, and video evidence, transcripts, recordings of interviews. It's very vast. And I think the portion of those sessions where there is no evaluation of Chief Scott, which is just factual about what happened in the SB 1421 incident, should be disclosed. But I also understand I have a much harder way to go on that one. So I would ask you to find a violation of 6724I for the citation. It doesn't matter that they're not using it anymore. They did cite it before I filed a complaint. The citation to the balancing test in Penal Code 832.7B6. And if you agree with me on the latter part as well, 6726 for withholding in entirety those recordings instead of providing the SB 1421 disclosable portion of the records. Thank you very much.
Okay, members. Go ahead, Member Schmidt. I can see it. You're ready.
Okay. Well, I was just going to indicate that I think I would support the first part of the request, but I'm having difficulty in finding that I could support the second part. That's just in my understanding of the intricacies of this thing legally.
So just for the sake of deliberation, I would say for the second part that if SB 1421 was applicable, that that they would have had to disclose it anyway. And as we heard in the previous case, there's now some adjustments with regards to that. So it would seem to be somewhat the same, within the same flow and the same thread of thinking that sans the first part of this of what's being requested as a violation or non-compliance, that at least in the second part, if there was any information that was applicable to SB 1421, then that should be disclosed, and everything outside of that be redacted. Because that's what the law is trying to do. The law is trying to create, state law is trying to create more transparency with regards to specific information, with regards to personnel files. And the hearing is part of a personnel file. So if there's SB 1421, if there's information that would must be disclosed as per SB 1421, then that needs to be unredacted. I'll put it that way. Everything's redacted. If it hits the trigger for 1421, then it's got to be unredacted. Turning it on its head a bit. So that would be my kind of debate for finding in the second part. Because this also, we're not talking about what their explanation is, what they see how things are today. It's really at the time of their response to the request at that time. That's what we're looking at here. This is somewhat of a bit of a time capsule. So we're adjudicating this based upon what has happened previously.
If in response, Chair Wolf, on that, if there was something that looked like we could kind of see that that it might fall within that 1421. I think that their position is there's nothing in there, although we can't see what's in there since it's not available to us. If I had some sense of some obvious thing that was probably in there, I might be more inclined, but I don't see anything at this time.
Okay, I see you, member neighbors. Let me just retort to that a little bit. And that's the problem with blanket defenses. Okay, we run this in the same as was brought up before around the rule of reason. Rule of reason gets thrown around because it's just too much work. Well, that's not enough. We get this with regards to redactions, that all these redactions happen based upon a blanket citation without any explanation as to why it's redacted. Why is this a public safety issue? It's a public safety issue redacted. Why is it a public safety issue? We can't tell you because that's classified. Sorry, it's a public document. If you need to tell us what it is. It's that kind of issues we run into. Something that we got to dig in at some time. Member neighbors.
That's basically what I was going to say, and I think that's it's not up to the public and it's not up to the petitioner to prove that there's something in the closed session that needs to be discoverable through SB 1421. The policy has to be in place and it has to serve the information in the public, and they have to be responsible to be attentive to it. So I don't think that we get any closer to a solid judgment by trying to mind read what's in that closed session, whether it's applicable or not.
I would say then sans a reason from the respondent makes it an unresponsive response. It makes it unresponsive to our question as to tell us why and how this is not disclosable. And if they're not going to provide that reason, think about if you were in a courtroom and a judge had asked, like, why are you withholding this information? I'm not going to rule in your favor if you're not going to tell me why, based upon your argument, why it should be redacted. We demand the same respect. Okay, and I would say that if we're not going to get a reason, and it's just going to be a blanket statement that we find in violation, and let them, if they think that it's wrong, then we have an appeals process, and they can come back and explain why they think we're wrong. This is a matter of process here, and I think at some point we have to stand by what the ordinance is requiring. Okay, it's like a keyed log with the citation is just enough for redaction, but it's got to also show why. So you can't just say I'm redacting this passage because it's a matter of public safety. Well, what about it is public safety that you can tell us? There's got to be some kind of general statement, in some way, shape, or form. That shows the travel schedule of the governor. Okay, that's reasonable. We can possibly take that into consideration, but to say nothing is really disrespectful of the law. So I'll stop there. Did you have something else, member Neighbors, or you just didn't put your hand up? Okay. Anybody else?
I looked at my hands. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion? Anything else to debate about? Do we have a motion?
I don't have a motion, but I was just going to, because there seems to be two kind of different issues, and I'm not making a motion now, but perhaps we should split them and maybe perhaps make two motions.
Okay.
But I'm not prepared to make one yet.
I would say make the motion, and then let's see where we go from there.
Well, okay, so I'll just to move things along, I will start with the first one and find a violation of 6724I for relying on a permissive reason for redaction or public interest.
What is that noise? Okay, is there a second?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, Member Yankee. Would it be possible to say relying on a impermissible balancing test?
Yeah. I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to phrase that in a better way. I like your wording better. So,
would you mind repeating that part of it? By relying on
an impermissible balancing test?
Thank you.
Okay. Does that satisfy you, Member Schmidt?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Schmidt. Any further discussion on finding violation 6726 for impermissible, what was it? Impermissible process?
Impermissible balancing test.
Balancing test. Okay, let's open it up for Member Forsley, do you have a comment? No. Okay, let's open up for public comment. This is public comment except for the parties.
Any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this motion? I do not hear any response for public comment on this motion.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we're ready for a vote.
Yes, on that motion.
Go ahead. Seeing no objection, please call the roll.
On that motion, Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, aye. Member Forsley.
Aye.
Forsley, aye. Member Pavaman.
Aye.
Pavaman, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
Sorry, aye.
Stein, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Any other actions on this item? Last call. Okay, seeing none. We will now move on. Please call next item.
Agenda is item number 10, file number 19145, complaint filed by Chris Kors against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.5 and 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, I'll read the byline. On January 26, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to refer the matter back to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force with findings that the recordings of the closed session exist and that while some of them have been produced to the petitioner under the justification of Penal Code 832.7, we, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, also find that the records are public under 67.8-1. In addition, the committee, the Compliance and Amendments Committee, makes no judgment except to report these findings under the justification of 832.7a, which the respondent is upholding as justification or withholding the records, and I guess justification of withholding the records, and that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force should consider Penal Code 832.7b as a test if A actually applies. Okay, members, we've heard this. We're not going through any specific hearing process. This is a report back from Compliance and Amendments. Chair LaHood, I don't know if you have anything to add with regards to this that you might like to enlighten us with.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you, because I read through, we received some additional communication about what had been provided and what was now publicly, what had been made available. And I mean, one of the interesting things about this was that, it took a while for all of the pieces for a while we weren't sure if recordings existed for the whole meeting, and now we know that they do, and we determined that they were public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the matter here. Okay, let's go with what we got here. Got a hand raised by Member Highland. Go ahead.
I'm also looking. Did we get anything from our DCA on this. I think something was requested of them.
I've looked for that, and no, I haven't seen it. Although I don't know if I need it, but how long can you wait for something like that?
Yeah. Request the following. DCA Price Wolf to provide advice on this matter prior to the SOTF meeting for discussion of possible disclosures in public.
Hold on, let me see if I would have forwarded that to the. There was a communication that was sent to the Compliance and Amendments Committee on January 27th, and I'll read it into the record. Says that, hi Bruce, thank you very much for your thorough explanation and summary of the meeting yesterday. Looks like the sun was shining at your house at 1:42 a.m. because you were certainly awake at that hour. Sorry for the bad pun. I understand your reasons for disagreeing with the Police Commission's reliance on the, quote, pending or anticipated litigation, unquote, exception for closed meetings in this case. However, I think it is very reasonable for a government entity to assume that in just about every employee discipline hearing, there is a reasonable chance of follow-up litigation. In this instance, even though there might not be a filed lawsuit and the Police Commission has, open quote, closed, unquote, the case, there is still a very real chance the issues underlying the employment termination could be litigated. If the statute of limitations for filing such a lawsuit has run, however, then I think you would have a much better argument that there is no chance of anticipated litigation. So in previous hearings, we have heard from the petitioner, who is the at the center of this case, has said that there is no further litigation, and we've gotten confirmation from the police department that there's no further litigation. So it seems that the statute of limitations at some point, or there's just no litigation that exists beyond it. So the question now is the matter now considered closed? And if it is closed, that the information could then be released.
I had to say it's not the question that I thought we had for him. I think he's answering a different question.
Okay. What question do you think it was?
Whether an employee who is making a specific request for that employee's own records is somehow using the same process as a public records request, because this is a guy who's asking for records that only he can get. So is that really a sunshine request if he's just asking for his own personnel file by waiving, he's not giving this stuff to anyone else. That's what I asked the
city
attorney. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if I needed that answer though at this time, because I think some of that has been resolved.
Well, I guess the question becomes, what is the it does, is the disclosure of personnel records to the employee, is that within the jurisdiction of the CPRA or and the ordinance? Does that even come into play? That becomes a question. Now, under SB 1421, the world is, we're in a different world, right? Where those records are now, in many cases, are to be disclosed.
Well, I think what this has come down to is really he's talking about this mysterious statement that apparently didn't show up in the transcript. That's one. And then two, he's talking about, I think it's either section 2 or 3 of the hearing where it's closed session and it's deliberations. And I don't know if there's anything else, so I don't know if these legal questions even matter. Those themselves, we had to figure out what do we do about those things. He says that the transcript is wrong and that the city attorney said something, and then he wants the deliberations, which the police is saying, no, you can't have that. I don't know if there's anything else left in the case.
Well, I think the part is the part of the case that we're trying to ascertain here is the part of the closed session that the commissioners had redacted or are withholding.
Yeah, the deliberations.
Right.
Yeah.
And the question then becomes: is that what's the whether that is in compliance or not? That's what we're trying to get answered here.
Sure.
And the point here is that there's no chance of anticipated litigation, and the matter has been closed, then it can be disclosed.
Can I pipe in? This is Member Stein.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, my reading of it, when you look at the law, just treating this as a public records request because that's what he submitted, is it seems to say that, when sessions are closed, that material can only be made available 2 years after, right? That there's been, let's see, how does it come out? Closed sessions should be made available when rationales for closing are no longer applicable. If the rationale was open deliberation, I guess you could say then once a decision is made, there's no longer a rationale. But if there's anticipated litigation, or I guess the fear of litigation, it's 2 years after the meeting if no litigation is filed. So it hasn't actually been 2 years after the meeting, as I understand it, because the meeting that was a closed session meeting, wasn't that in like September of 2019 or somewhere around there?
Good catch.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could argue, I think you could argue
citation?
police are anticipating litigation because of their, ruling that they want to kind of protect it under attorney-client privilege. That's section 67.8-1A.
Oh, right.
Can I correct the date?
Sure.
The meeting took place March 6, 2019. That makes it over 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Who is that speaking?
The petitioner.
Okay, great. Of course. Okay, so
Right. So if there's no anticipated litigation, so it says 2 years after, or when the statute of limitations would run out, right?
well, but it also says, yeah, as soon as the controversy leading to
Mhm.
anticipated litigation is settled or concluded.
So is there a statute of limitations on when there could be litigation, and has it passed?
Well, but it only says, but the caveat is if no litigation is filed. So, okay, right.
Right, but I think there was another point, I'm looking for it in my notes, but I think there was another point having to do with or 2 years or after the statute of limitations is run out, but it's not in that clause.
Well, but it says any of the following provisions, not all provisions. So it's 1 or 2 or 3. It's either 2 years after the meeting if no litigation is filed, or upon expiration of the statute of limitations for anticipated litigation if no litigation is filed. Okay, or as soon as the controversy leading to the anticipated litigation is settled or concluded. It has obviously been concluded at this point, and on top of that, it's been more than 2 years. So it should be disclosable at this time.
What's been concluded?
The
Litigation?
controversy. No, the controversy leading to anticipated litigation. There is no anticipated litigation. So
what do you mean? How do you know that?
Because both parties that are here have said there's no litigation.
But the statute of limitations hasn't run, so he could still file. He could file a lawsuit anytime before the statute of limitations.
Yeah, but it says as soon as the controversy leading to anticipated litigation is settled or concluded. That if there is no litigation and the anticipation is over.
This is true, actually. I mean, so what was the? Did it say?
Oh, sorry.
Did it say? I missed this. If it was in the packet. You know, there is this requirement that the reason for the closed session has to be announced in advance of the closed session, right? And this is basically saying that if the reason announced is this concern about anticipated litigation, that this is what applies, right? So what was it clear? Was there an announcement before the closed session of what the purpose of that closed session was?
It was disciplinary action.
It wasn't anticipated litigation.
So let's add that both parties are here. We can ask them.
Yeah, so I would have that question.
Can either party answer that before we dive into the records?
What was the question again?
So the question is before you have a closed session, you have to announce what the reason you're having a closed session is. That could have been that you're discussing a personnel matter, or that could have been that you're discussing something that you anticipate there might be litigation for. Do you know what the purpose of the closed session, what the stated purpose of the closed session was prior to closing the session?
I don't know, but I know it wasn't the latter. But I know it wasn't, I just don't know what specifically it was, but I know it wasn't the second part of what you said. I know it wasn't because of anticipated litigation. And this is the petitioner talking.
Right, I mean, this should be in the record somewhere of that meeting, but I didn't see it in the notes. And does the police department have anything to say about it?
It was for a personnel matter.
Okay. Because it seems like if it was for a personnel matter, and then that personnel matter has been decided, that there's no justification to keep that closed now, or to not release those records. So that's my reading of the Sunshine Ordinance.
And that to me, it's a correct reading. Yeah, I don't see any reason for the. Well, let me ask Lieutenant Youngblood. Has the police commission declared this matter closed?
As far as the police commission portion of it, he has been terminated and it is closed with the police commission.
Okay, there's our answer right there.
But we do have this police resolution on January 13th, 2021, not to waive attorney-client privilege for the audio recording closed sessions of deliberation. But it seems like a after the fact assertion that the reason it was closed was because of attorney-client privilege, but that was not the reason given before the closure, right, before going into a closed session.
Question for respondent. Do you have any thoughts as to whether Mr. Kors might file a lawsuit against the commission arising out of his termination? Is the respondent
can you
here?
Repeat the question?
Yeah. Do you have any sense as to whether Mr. Kors may file a lawsuit, a litigation against your department arising out of the termination of his employment?
Not that long ago, I did get a. Not that long ago, there was a settlement that came across the police commission office that Mr. Kors was asking for some type of settlement money. But when I raised that at one of the Sunshine Task Force meetings, he said that was not true. But there was a paper that came across here that he was asking for some sort of money in regards to the situation.
Okay. In order you assume that he would be then signing a release and a settlement agreement and agreeing not to sue if he gets that money. Is that what you're thinking about?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. He was asking for money to compensate for something. I don't recall exactly. It's been a while since I've seen the paper.
Okay. Got it. All right.
I would say, in regards to that if the commission has not taken up any issue of anticipated litigation as a matter of discussion at bare minimum regarding this case, then there is none.
I totally disagree. Completely. What are they going to talk about? Whether he's like going to sue them? They don't talk about him suing them until they get sued.
No, that's not necessarily the case. There are plenty of meetings where you go into closed session to discuss anticipated litigation. It's actually in the law. It's a reason why you would go into closed session if there was anticipated litigation, to have discussions about that. The what ifs, you can have discussions with your legal counsel about the what ifs if there was any kind of risk or liability because of some action that could have been taken. You don't wait until you have litigation to go into closed session.
How would that make a difference whether they're talking now before he files a lawsuit about whether he's going to file a lawsuit versus not talking about it? How could that make a legal difference here?
But that's why the ordinance gives a time frame. Gives a time frame of 2 years. Vice Chair Yang.
But that's if they've resolved their differences. The 2 years is if they don't have an outstanding controversy.
I mean, the way
if they've settled.
Yeah.
No, 2 years. The 2 years is after the meeting. 2 years after the meeting, if no litigation is filed.
I mean, it seems to me like the way the law is written is that to go into a closed session, you have to state a reason for why you're going into a closed session. if you state that reason as anticipated litigation, then you kind of start this clock running of waiting 2 years or until the statute of limitations for that anticipated litigation run out before that material can be made public record. But if that's not the reason that you give to go into closed session, you give another reason, like it's a deliberation over their, determination of their employment, then once that deliberation is over and decided, in theory, the records could be public because you're not influencing the way people are deliberating anymore once they've deliberated in closed session. It seems like a technicality on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's, I think, trying to make sure that sessions are only closed for stated reasons and that there's a way to make those records public again as quickly as possible.
And do we ascertain what the stated reasons were yet?
Well, the police representative said the stated reason was it was a personnel deliberation.
Personnel, okay.
Which maybe was a bad idea on their part if there was actually also the possibility of litigation, but that just wasn't what they stated.
Right, and the
I mean, one compromise position could be to say that, maybe with an agreement in place that there will be no lawsuit, they can release the records. Because clearly they're worried about it. That's why they met 3 months ago to say that we want to assert attorney-client privilege over this record.
Right, and the agenda must state why you're going into closed session. Mm-hmm. Is it real estate? Is it litigation? Is it, personnel? Is it, there's I think 4 or 5 different reasons.
May I say something?
One moment. Member LaHood?
Yeah, so it sounds like from my reading of the ordinance, it's not that it has to be kept. I mean, we're past the 2-year mark as it is. So if there's not a reason and we're past the 2-year mark, it seems as though it should be open. It should be disclosable at this point. I'm hearing some background noise.
He's in his commission meeting.
Oh, sorry.
That's what you're hearing.
Unless unless people are arguing otherwise, since there's not currently a reason and we're past 2 years, that at this point it should be opened up.
Well, that's if there's no controversy, right? Isn't that the wording? Like 2 years if there's no controversy.
No.
Here's the exact wording. Is that 2 years after the meeting, if no litigation is filed, or upon expiration of the statute of limitations for the anticipated litigation, if no litigation is filed, as soon as the controversy leading to anticipated litigation is settled or concluded. The problem is they didn't say anticipated litigation is why they were going into closed session. It's kind of a technicality, but because they didn't say that, it could open them up to, still being sued and having given this important piece of evidence because it wasn't their stated reason for closing the session.
Yeah, you have a choice of 3. So the question here is should they release the information at this point? And I think they should.
Right, because it says any of the following provisions.
That's right.
May I say something now?
Sure. I'm sorry, Mr. Corus. Go ahead.
This is Sergeant Youngblood.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sergeant. My mistake.
So it was stated before we went into closed session that the reason we were going into closed session was because it was a personnel matter. It does not meet any of the SB 1421 categories because this was released as a personnel record, not as a public records request. It was released only to Mr. Coors the day that he asked for it. We did not give him the deliberations, and that is what the commission voted on recently for the resolution not to disclose. The reason it was put onto the agenda was because of everything that was going on at the Sunshine Task Force. I asked Commissioner Elias, who handled this particular case. She said, well, if they're asking for it, why don't we go ahead and for transparency, we'll vote on it. They voted on it not to disclose the deliberations. Coors has closed session, except for the deliberations, which has been voted on not to be released. Because all of this would only be released to Coors because he is a former member of the police department as his personnel record, not as a public record. We would not release this to any member of the public because it is only a personnel record of Mr. Coors.
I understood, but the problem here with that argument is that this was held by a public commission. It was not kind of a administrative meeting among just employees. So the rules of public meetings apply, and that's what we're deliberating here about. So the closed session, while it may be considered, the police department considers it part of its personnel record, the Brown Act does not. It only matters. Go ahead.
But 832.7 considers it not releasable.
Question for the respondent. If someone else other than Mr. Coors were to request this closed session information, would they be entitled to it?
No.
So, well, then what about 832.7B1? Quote, peace officer or custodial officer, personnel records and records maintained by any state or local agency shall not be confidential and shall be made available for public inspection.
What is that part of?
That's in 832, just the penal code, 832.7B1.
If you're referring to SB 1421, that only pertains to if they're one of the four categories, which would be an officer involved shooting, lying, and then the other two. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking too much to think about what the other two are, but it doesn't fall under the four categories of SB 1421.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than just what you just read, Chair.
Okay.
There's exceptions within exceptions, and exemptions within exemptions on this. It's a mess.
Can I make a comment on this?
Who's speaking?
The petitioner.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Burrows, go ahead. Go ahead. You can't hear.
Sorry,
me.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. Pages 1741 through 1743 documents that my closed session recordings were provided as a public records request, and that Sergeant or Lieutenant Youngblood was actually the creator of that request. So if you look on those pages, 1741 through 1743, it documents that they were provided to me as a public records request.
May I respond?
Secondly,
hold on. Let him finish, and then you can respond. Yes.
Secondly, 832.7, one of the exceptions are, if there was a serious injury, and in this incident, there was serious injury. So the record should be disposable under that. I was a police officer at the time. There was a use of force, and there was serious injury. So 832.7, actually, if you read it carefully, these records should be disclosed. That's all.
Right, 832.7B, 1A, small double I, an incident in which the use of force by a peace officer or custodial officer against a person resulted in death or in great bodily injury.
I'm not sure if I understand exactly why any of this is relevant to his case and why he was terminated. I think he was off duty.
Well,
yeah, he was off duty. I mean, the thing about this exception is that it seems, it's in order to, I think it's meant to apply to purposive actions on the part of police, not accidents that happen when police are off duty.
Yeah, when they're in uniform doing their job, it seems. Yeah, I agree.
Are you making that a guess?
I mean, that's how I read it.
Where would I see that?
Well,
I don't see that anywhere. If you're a peace officer, on duty or off duty, you're still a peace officer. The question is whether you're acting in accordance of your job or not, right? That's your point. So, I mean, you're never not. I was a peace officer. You're never not a peace officer, even if you're off duty.
Well, you.
Well, when you talk about something like the use of force against someone, would you ever apply that to someone, running a red light and hitting a pedestrian? Is that a use of force against the pedestrian? I mean, you're in some, it just there's an intent implied there.
Yeah, but the point here is he's got terminated for that. He got brought up on charges and got terminated for it.
I would say the purpose of the entire AB 1421 has nothing to do with what he does on his personal time. That's put into place because we're trying to change how access is increased for purposes of records of police incidents.
Okay, I can be convinced.
That would be my argument.
May I respond to a few things?
Who's speaking?
Sergeant Youngblood.
Sure. Go ahead.
In response to Mr. Kors about how it was provided to him as a public record, that is taken a little bit out of context because Mr. Kors actually called me personally, or he called the police commission, and I spoke to him personally when he requested this video. That video is very long. I was not able to email it to him. We had a conversation where I told him I would provide it through our GovQA system where I can upload the video and then he can access it. The system automatically sends a confirmation email saying a public records request, but we spoke before and we told him this is how that I would be able to get him the record the same day that he asked for it as a personnel record. As far as the SB 1421 stuff, he was in a vehicle accident where he was convicted of a felony conviction for not staying at the scene of a crime or failure to give aid, but he was terminated because that was moral turpitude where it was not behavior conducive to a police officer, not because of the incident and what occurred or in the line of duty.
Yeah, that's the point I was looking for. Okay. All right, long enough. Is there any action further action that we need to take on this at this point, or that we want to take at this point.
I just
there doesn't have to be a motion. This is being brought back, so we don't have to take any action at all. Go ahead.
I just have a question just for our discussion. So the distinction we're making is not that we understand that there was great bodily injury, but the distinction we're making is because it wasn't in the line of duty. Is that why we're making this distinction?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fairly stated. Yeah.
The point that the petitioner, Mr. Kors, is making is that he's seeking the release of those redacted discussions because it was held in a public, agendized regular meeting of the police commission. And, under the rules of the Brown Act, there are those rules. And so that is really where the argument stands, is first is there any part of the Brown Act that allows for disclosure? Is there any part of by enhancement or extension, is there any part of the Sunshine Ordinance that allows for disclosure? And then what are the arguments for withholding the information from the respondent at that time, at this point? So the points around using SB 1421 doesn't apply because that is it seems to be somewhat of agreement among all of us and it seems to be from legal counsel too, that it's not applicable because this was not in the course of in the line of duty, and SB 1421 is meant for that. Outside of that, we then drop back down to this is a public meeting for personnel disciplinary matter, and what is disclosable under that? Everything else has been disclosed except for the discussion in closed session. Now, some of the closed session has been released, but this one particular section is not. So I'm not hearing anything further. I'm not sensing any mental chatter.
Can I make a comment?
Who's speaking?
The petitioner.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Kors.
67.8-1 of the ordinance states, all closed sessions of any policy body covered by this ordinance shall either be audio recorded or audio and video recorded in their entirety, and all such recordings shall be retained for at least 10 years or permanently where technologically and economically feasible. Closed session recordings shall be made available whenever all rationales for closing the session are no longer applicable, and that is another reason why the recordings should be released. I'm asking for my own recordings, for my own hearing. I just think just morally I should be able to get my own recording, the full recording from my hearing.
I understand. It's not the rationale is not necessarily up to us. I guess we could claim that there is a rationale, but if the police commission comes back and says we have a different idea about the rationale, we're going to have to explain what that rationale is then. It can't just be a blanket statement.
Okay. And the second part is 832.7, the exception. It really never does state that an officer has to be on duty. It never states that. It just
right, but the spirit of that whole law is to provide police accountability and to, in situations where there's been serious harm to people, intentionally by police that we know why. I mean, this seems like a very different context.
I hear you, Member Stein, but I would rather see that in writing. This is a very important law, and I would rather not guess that is what it is. I mean, we deal with the law here, so I'm not trying to make this an admonishment, but I think that if we're going to make some claims about that, either there is no written explanation of that and we're forced to interpret it, or there is some written explanation of that that can guide us. But
I'm sure there is. I just haven't read it. I'm sure there is lots of explanation of the intent behind the law, but you're right. I should not assume since I have not read it.
Well, assuming, let's go back. Let's just deal with what's in front of us. For 67.8-1, Lieutenant Youngblood, let me ask you, I mean, is there any rationale for continuing to hold the redacted portion of the audio just for Mr. Kors? Doesn't have to be, you don't have to make it public. What about just for his own purposes? You've given him everything else at this point. Are you thinking, or are you on mute?
He might be involved in the other meeting.
Oh, right.
I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of closed session.
I got you.
1 second. I apologize.
Sure. No problem.
While we're waiting, can I say something, or should I wait? I'll wait.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question for me?
Sure. I mean, unless there is some other, rationale for continuing to withhold the redacted audio portion of the closed session, is there any reason at this point in time not to disclose it to at least Mr. Kors directly? It doesn't have to be done publicly, but is it possible that the commission would agree to release that portion to him?
They wouldn't. They just voted recently not to disclose. I mean, the only thing that's not being released is the deliberations, and the deliberations is a client attorney privilege where it's supposed to be private so that it facilitates frank conversations between the commissioners and the attorney, and they voted not to disclose that.
But they have disclosed it in other cases.
If they have, then that means that they would have voted to disclose. But this wasn't one that they have not. But I'm not aware of any time that they have waived their privilege.
We have it on the record that you have mentioned that they have done that before in the past.
I don't think so, but
yeah. So okay. If they have a formal vote on that?
They had a formal vote.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
I believe it was one of their members said the date. I believe it was February 2021, something like that.
Of
January,
this year?
February.
Of this year? Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay.
A month or two ago, yeah.
Right. Okay. All right, members. What do you want to do?
I'll make one more comment.
I'll put a motion on the table just for the heck of it. I don't know if I'll get any seconds, et cetera, but just that we find no violation in the case. That's my motion.
Okay. Let's hear from. I just want to hear what the petitioner had to say with response to the respondent's point. Go ahead, Mr. Kors.
Sergeant or Lieutenant Youngblood stated that there was a telephone conversation where I requested this as a personnel records request. If possible, I'd like to have him play back that telephone conversation because I'm having difficulty finding any records of that conversation taking place. So, Sergeant Youngblood, that'd be great if you could do that. That's all. Thanks. Bye.
Lieutenant Youngblood, are you there? That's okay if you're.
Yes, I'm here.
Working on the other thing.
Did you have a question for me?
Yes. It was a question from Mr. Kors that if you could provide him with the audio recording of the conversation you had with him regarding this request.
I don't record every conversation I have with people. There was no recording.
Okay, thank you. All right, members. Did you want to complete your motion, Member Schmidt?
Well, I think it's just a finding of no. I move that there be a finding of no violation in this case.
Is there a second?
Quick question. This is Vice Chair Yankee. Did we previously find a violation or not violation? I'm not sure we're at the finding or not finding the violation stage of this.
I'm trying to find that.
Through the chair, this is Member Highland.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we could try it another way and try and cite something and try and find violation and vote on that. For instance, 37.8-1 to have continuous recording in closed session. I think that's something we discussed that might be approaching a violation.
But I think we determined the whole thing was recorded.
It was, but it wasn't. Well, yeah, I'm trying to read back over the history about there were gaps in what was provided to him. Was it provided?
It comes out.
It was redacted.
Yeah, it comes out subsequently that the whole thing was recorded, but he did not know that there was a section that was redacted exactly because it was closed session, and he was not part of that closed session because it was deliberating over, his termination.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, we took no action on this except to continue it. So I think we're reaching kind of the end of it at this point. I would say, look, we have a reconsideration process. Either of the parties can engage that, activate it, and we can bring it back if there is new information that would change the outcome at this point.
Can I say one thing? I'm still a little bit concerned about 832.7 not only applying to things that happen on duty, because it's not entirely clear to me. And if anyone can point to anything in this that shows that is definitely true, I would like to know where that is.
Are there, I hate to do straw polls, but is there enough has apprehension based upon that question? I brought it up before myself, and we did have some deliberation about the intent of SB 1421. And I'm sure we're going to get an earful in public comment on this.
Can I just say the only place where on duty is mentioned in that act is under the clause about sexual assault. It says, for the purposes of definition, the propositioning for or commission of any sexual act while on duty is considered a sexual assault. So seemingly propositioning somebody while not on duty might not be a sexual assault.
Yeah, but that can be interpreted, I guess, I don't know whether that makes the whole thing, that answers the question positively. I think it's implicit. I read that section too, and I got the same hit you did on it, but it still feels implied. It doesn't feel explicit enough. Yeah, member Neighbors, go ahead.
I wanted to circle back to the request we made of DCA Price Wolf to take a look at this issue and provide analysis, because probably he would be able to bring more precision to understanding the litigation and understanding those issues. And I'm wondering if it's possible to still ask him to follow up on this, or if that ship has sailed for us.
Well, like I said, and I can send it. I believe this did get sent. Let's see who it got sent to. It got sent to the, at that time, Chair LaHood, member Wong, myself, and the administrator. I thought maybe it got sent out to everyone, but I'll have to, I can't dig any deeper at this moment. But yeah, it's up to you if you want legal counsel to dive into it again. But you're gonna have to come with very specific questions for them to answer.
Well, it wouldn't be again, because it hasn't happened yet, right? That analysis wasn't provided previously.
Well, the analysis he did provide when I read into the record. That was his analysis. Now, if you're looking for more researched analysis in that way, we haven't been getting that. So unless you want to order it, you're going to have to provide, really clear questions that you want them to research.
I mean, I guess the one other thing I would raise, can I just say, is that in section 1A, where it talks about, the sort of foundations of this legislation, they talk about, the use of the police officer's use of authority, and whether they're using their authority in a way that, involves misconduct or not. And I would say that maybe when you're a police officer, you're always a police officer, but I don't think an off-duty police officer is using their authority in the actions that they're taking.
This is Member Wong. I agree with Member Stein. I was actually going to point that out, that portion of the law specifically, and that's also how I read it. I don't know what else to say about that.
Forgive me. Could you repeat that? I was looking for. Could you just repeat that?
Section 1. It's like the very first clause, really, are one of the first clauses of this law. Section 1A. It sort of gives the foundations of the law. It says the legislature finds and declares all of the following: peace officers help to provide one of our state's most fundamental government services. To empower peace officers to fulfill their mission, the people of California vest them with extraordinary authority, the powers to detain, search, arrest, and use deadly force. Our society depends on peace officers' faithful exercise of that authority. Misuse of authority can lead to grave constitutional violations. So the question is someone exercising their authority as a police officer when they, run a red light and accidentally hit someone? I think that's a stretch.
Thank you.
The question, here's another question you might want to consider is the deliberations of a disciplinary hearing part and parcel to a personnel record? And then if it is, and they redact, whether it's in writing or verbal or video, or it doesn't matter, if they redact a certain portion of it and claim it as attorney-client privilege, then what? Is attorney-client privilege applicable under any of the law, whether it's the Brown Act and Sunshine Ordinance or SB 1421? Because SB 1421 and the intent of it, and you can read it right from the legislation itself, requires certain peace officer or custodial officer personnel records and records relating to specified incidents, complaints, and investigations involving peace officers and custodial officers to be made available for public inspection pursuant to the California Public Records Act. That's the intent of the law. And the rest of the language just specifies a scope of which are to be redacted parts and which are not to be redacted parts. And the redacted parts are mostly about personal information, like their home address or their personal email address, their phone numbers, things like that. Go ahead, Member Stein. Member Wong, did you have your hand up? Go ahead. And then Member Stein can come back in.
I was just going to respond to Member Neighbors. I mean, we do have the email from DCA Price Wolf, and I don't know if it makes sense to forward that to the members currently.
I read it into the record, so why not?
Yeah, I guess where I'm having difficulty is I feel that SB 1421 seems to have a context of, why certain information would be public that has to do with investigating and, basically bracing against possible police misconduct, whereas the Sunshine Ordinance law specifically doesn't want to get into reasons why people would request information or kind of second guess their reasons or whatever that might be. But certainly if we're talking about just releasing a record to a person for their own personal files, that's not really a public release either. We're not making that information available to everyone to investigate police misconduct.
Well, I would I don't know if the motion is still on the table, but I could second Member Schmidt's motion.
Well, one additional thing I will add is under the California Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, and even under Prop 59, it requires broad interpretation for access, public access, and narrow interpretation of exemptions. So, so I would think under SB 1421 that at this point, that would be a reason for disclosure. Now, the question is the only other thing that comes up for me is that whether there's something special about deliberations of disciplinary action that is described differently. So I don't know. I'm apprehensive to close the case. Yeah, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Well, I was going to say, I think we have a motion and a second at this point, so I think perhaps move to public comment and try to get this wrapped
Who is
up.
the second?
Member Forsley seconded. Member Schmidt.
Oh, I see.
So I think we need to move to public comment.
Okay, so then let's do that. Let's get, Member Neighbors, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Oh,
No, your hand's up. Member Forsley, go ahead.
I have just one quick question. Something like this, even though it was deliberated like in a closed session of the police commission, does it then go into the HR personnel file of the person?
Yes.
So then that kind of raises for me some aspects of you can request your personnel file unredacted.
And that's why I asked Sergeant Youngblood if he would actually release the information directly to Mr. Kors now that the whole thing is over. So
the deliberations wouldn't go into his personnel file yet. They might later.
Well, but the commission voted not to release them at all. I haven't seen that resolution, but that's what it sounded like from Sergeant Youngblood.
No,
that they voted not to release them.
Yeah, it was.
Member Forsley just asked a question about whether this would go into the personnel file, and Chair Wolf said it sounded like you said yes, and I was saying no. I don't think it would go into his personnel file. The other stuff that he already has goes into his personnel file, but he can't see these deliberations right now. I don't think.
Member LaHood?
It's my understanding that employers can keep investigation files that are separate from personnel files. I don't know. Okay, and I'm getting some nods here too. I would assume that the deliberations would go into an investigation file and not the personnel file, which is available to the employee.
Well, we don't know. You're speculating.
I am speculating, except that I know it is possible that it would not go into the personnel file.
But you don't have any confirmation of that.
I don't have confirmation of that. I guess what I'm saying is there's also no guarantee that it's going into the personnel file. Maybe that's a better way of stating it.
Well, maybe ask the question of the people who might have an answer for you.
That's a good idea. May I ask Sergeant Youngblood?
Yes.
Is Sergeant Youngblood still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you tell us, would the deliberations go into the personnel file or a separate investigation file?
No, they would not.
Go into either file?
No.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, to Member LaHood's question, typically I've been involved in employee discipline things, the investigative file where you deal with potentially issues with counsel and such, those communications don't typically go in the actual personnel file. So that would be a separate file ordinarily.
Right. So that is a possible scenario. The question is how does San Francisco does it, and how did this commission do it? We just got a confirmation from Lieutenant Youngblood that it went into neither an investigative file.
In a second, you gotta vote.
Please do not interrupt the meeting. We do not have to vote. We can continue deliberations. That's how parliamentary procedure works. We just got confirmation that it's neither an investigative file or personnel file.
And it may not. I mean, not every discussion might necessarily go into a file. So,
well, but then if it's not, and it's part and parcel to a closed session, then the question is did they correctly withhold or redact the portion that was deliberations? And frankly, if it was a redaction on a piece of paper, we're going to hear from our friends in public comment that where's the keyed log, citing the appropriate citation for redaction. They're going to claim they've already claimed that it was under attorney-client privilege, and that they're not exercising the privilege, or they are exercising the privilege of non-disclosure. We have to deal with the facts. Okay, shall we open in public comment? And we can come back to this. We're going around a little bit.
Can I make one last comment?
Who's speaking?
The petitioner.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Corson.
So as far as 832.7 is concerned, I'm sure there's multiple instances where officers, are involved in off-duty incidents involving shootings, and other such, things of that nature. And I do think that you should strongly take into consideration that 832.7 was meant for both on and off-duty, instances. But mostly, it just never states that. It just does not put that in plain English. And I think it would be a bad, or it wouldn't be a good decision to just make it guess. That is what I'm trying to say. Secondly, as far as I'm concerned, this is still a public records request. I mean, what proof do we have that it's not? All the proof we have is that it is. And if you look at pages 1741 through 1743 of the evidence packet, it shows that. So I ask that you look at that. That's all. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
On his first point of it being an off-duty incident, it would have to be a use of force. And if Mr. Kors wants to admit that his using his vehicle to hit somebody was intentional, then 832.7 may not apply. The second point is Mr. Kors has many emails from myself where I have told him that this was a personnel record provided to him as a former employee, not as a public records request. He should have multiple emails from me saying that. Thank you.
And those emails were received well after the first SOTF hearing, or after my complaint was raised. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, all we have is that this was presented as a public records request. Even if it was part and parcel to a personnel file, the meeting happened in an agendized, publicly held meeting with a closed session, and there are rules around the closed session. Again, if this was held as an administrative hearing, not in front of the commission, then we wouldn't be having the conversation. That would be a different story. So let's open it up for public comment. I'd like to close this meeting fairly soon. Victor, are you ready?
Yeah. Yes. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on the motion to find that the department did not violate the administrative code in question? C. Any members of the public for public comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted, in regards to what I've listened to in this hearing, I do want to say that I respect the statement that your team needs to deal with facts. And one of the things that I've been hearing is that there have been a lot of assumptions and speculations being thrown around to kind of hurry up and kind of push aside this case or close it or whatnot. But as a concerned citizen, I believe that this is a decision that the whole reason for this ordinance is for transparency and to deal with facts to make sure that these type of situations are dealt justifiably and with prevailing minds that you guys know for sure what's going on. So in that light, I heard way too much gray area between the teams to the multitude of decisions even being made that within the same conversations were proven false a multitude of times. So I just want to urge that you please have the facts before you make a decision that affects a lot of people's lives and just the justice system in general. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other public comment?
Yes. Anonymous here. Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes. Chair Wolf and members, thank you for telling me, letting me express my concerns to the ordinance team. I'd like to present today to emphasize the fact that many of the tactics that I see the police commission is executing strongly present to me they're hiding something. I do not understand what laws or what they have in place to not be releasing it, And if they aren't hiding anything, to me, they surely are doing a good job of creating that image. I'd like to play a short audio clip representing a little bit what I'm talking about here. Just a moment, please. Now, my concern here, and the last Mr. Anonymous mentioned about many false statements being made, relevant to the police commission here, there's been documents provided to the complainant or public records and provided as public records, and it's all throughout the packet. And Sergeant Youngblood or the commission is basically stating, I don't know for sure who stated, the public, not public records is stated. The commission stated complainant was suing the police commission. That never happened, wasn't there. I don't know if it was made up or what the commission saw. And now the commission actually, they changed their mind from no audio recordings were made of the deliberations to, now there is audio recording. I think that decision...
Speaker time has elapsed.
Pardon?
Speaker time has elapsed.
Oh, okay.
Are there any other members of the public for public comment? Hearing none, I do not believe there is any additional public comment.
You're on mute, Hughes. Bruce, you're on mute.
Sorry. Seeing that there's no more public comment, we have motion on the floor to find no violation. Moved by Member Schmidt, second by Member Forsley. Member Forsley, you have your hand up. Is that, you have something you want to add?
Yeah. I am just a little concerned because I did second it, but then I was thinking that when they stated that the documents kind of, or the recording kind of lies nowhere, like it doesn't go into personnel, it doesn't go here, it doesn't go there, it's only in the closed session of a public meeting in which it was kind of picked and chosen what was going to be allowed out. I guess that is a little disconcerting. So I'm not sure if I want to, I mean, I guess, can you vote no even if you seconded it? I don't know.
It's not usually appropriate. I mean, the thing to do would be to rescind your second, and then I would just call for another second.
Go ahead and rescind. Yeah, that seems like the right thing to do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to rescind this.
That's fine. That's okay.
Okay, it's all right.
That's cool.
That's what the process is all about. So I'll now ask for, is there a second to the motion?
I don't have a second, but I do have a concern related to Member Forsley's concerns, which is, and I wonder, is it too late to ask of the police department representative where this information is stored then, where this record is stored?
I don't want to disrupt the flow of the procedure, because then that sets a bad precedent too. So if there's no second, then the motion it dies. Yes, Member Wong.
This is Member Wong. I will second the motion.
Okay, so the motion is back on the floor. Member Stein.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can ask the representative from the police department, where is this record kept? Because as I understand it, these records need to be kept for 10 years. Where is it?
It's kept in the police commission office.
Okay.
With the disciplinary file.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that begs another question. What if it's not a personnel file and it's not an investigative file, what is a disciplinary file?
The police commission is separate from the San Francisco Police Department, so the police department would hold his personnel record. Any of the documents that come to the commission are the commission record. So the parts that he had that involved his discipline hearings were part of the personnel record, which are provided to his personnel record. But the part that was not given over because the commission did not disclose. So the deliberations are not part of the personnel record, but they stay with the commission with the disciplinary file here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so that then you open up a whole nother world here, because any records that are held by the commission, a public commission for public meetings, is public information.
No, they're personnel. It's a personnel record of Chris.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can declare it as being not disclosable for some reason, but it's still a public record.
Well, if you're going to argue with the witness, I would argue the opposite. I don't. Are we arguing with the witness on this? I don't know. I certainly don't agree with that statement.
With whose statement? My
Your
statement?
statement, yeah.
What? That the commission's records are not public?
These are closed session tapes. These are closed session tapes.
Yeah, we have rules about closed sessions that require it to be closed sessions to be open under certain circumstances. They're required to be recorded, and we have section 67-8-.8-1.
Yeah, that's what we're deciding here today, is what we do with these closed session tapes.
Yeah, I understand that, but we were under the impression that these were not a personnel record, and that they were part of some other disciplinary, it was not part of an investigative record. So now we don't know what record it is. It's a public record that's part and parcel of meeting minutes, essentially, of a public meeting. So if they're going to declare that part of that meeting is not disclosable, okay, fine. They did state that they were claim it as being attorney-client privilege. They didn't want to give up their privilege. They were invoking the privilege. They did it by action, okay? But the question now, great. SB 1421, that is completely off the table then. It's not a personnel record. Does that change?
Personnel record.
Who's speaking?
RG Umbly.
You're saying that it is a personnel record?
Yes. A discipline record is a personnel record. Any disciplinary action taken against an officer is a personnel record.
But you're saying that you just said that it wasn't part of his personnel record. It was part of a disciplinary record from the commission.
It is part of his personnel record within the police commission office, which is separate from San Francisco Police Department.
So it's two personnel records? Personnel files?
Yeah.
I'm voting no on this motion. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, we've been on this about an hour and a half. I think we should at least give this motion a chance to do what it's going to do, and then we figure out how to, either we continue this, we take another thing, but I think we need this motion to be on the table now for about half hour. So
you're calling the vote.
I'm going to call the question.
Okay, calling the question.
Okay.
Any objection to calling the question? Okay, we've had public comment. All right, Member Forsley, did you have any last words on this? No, your hand was up. Okay. All right, Victor, call the roll.
Okay, give me one moment. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland. We will bypass.
No.
He's on mute.
Member Highland says no.
Highland, no. Member Frazier.
He's already left the meeting. Absent.
Give me a moment, I'm just tracking. Member Forsley.
No, thank you.
Forsley, no. Member Pedmaban.
Aye.
Pedmaban, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Stein. Member Stein.
Aye.
And aye. Member LaHood.
No.
LaHood, no. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Give me a moment. We have 6 ayes, 4 noes, and 1 absent. The motion passes.
Okay. The case is officially closed. Either party has an opportunity, as per our complaint procedure, to file for reconsideration. You can find the rules on that on our website under Documents, under Complaint Procedure. Okay. Please call next item.
Next on the agenda is the Administrator's Report, Complaint and Communications. I will let the report speak for itself, as I did not generate it. I just like to note the next meetings. I lost my page. I just like to note that the next 2 committee meetings, I'm just getting back to it. It will be the Complaint Committee and the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Complaint Committee is on April 20th at 5:30, and Compliance and Amendments on April 27th at 4:30. Cheryl will be in contact to work out the agendas and confirm attendance by the members.
I got just a couple of quick administrative things that will go into this section too. Vice Chair Yankee and I and Administrator Leger met, and Victor Young had a meeting with the Department of Technology about our platform here using MS Teams with the WebEx phone bridge, and they highly recommended, the actual director highly recommended that we move to totally to WebEx, and that they would put their staff in touch with the clerk staff to see about getting that going. So we'll hear more about, hopefully more about that next month. I don't know if it'll be implemented next month, but we're getting close. At least there's a little bit of movement on that. The elections for the chair and the vice chair will be at the May meeting, according to our bylaws. And lastly, seat number 3 and number 11 are being considered for reappointment. But since they are out of sync with the rest of the seats, we're petitioning for them to be synchronized retroactively. And this has been working with Supervisor Peskin's office on this. There's no ordinance or rules that control the terms, except that they're 2-year terms. So I've gone back as far as 2005. When I first started, I can't find any documentation as to why these 2 seats were, out of sync. And there isn't a whole lot of electronic data before that. So I'll have to go to hard copy to find the any minutes or anything around that. I just don't know. That's all I got for administrators. Let's go to any public comment on the administrator's report.
Yes, please.
Give me one quick moment. No, Chair Wolf, I am working with Peskin's office to schedule those appointments by the end of the month, if possible.
Okay. Did they talk about synchronizing them?
They have not mentioned that to me.
Okay, I'll get in touch with his aide, Lee Hefner, about that.
Hey, Mr. Warfield, please proceed.
Yes. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Couple of points. The Sunshine Ordinance says that the excuse me, that the clerk is supposed to provide necessary resources, basically, to support the task force. 144 complaints, backlog, 143, whatever. Seems overwhelming. 1,800-page agenda packets seem to me overwhelming. We have, for example, we have been trying to get resolution on an error made with respect to our complaint. Again, this is an administrative issue. As soon as the proposed agenda came out on March 10th, we sent on March 11th the first of a whole series of requests by phone and by email for response about not only making a correction, which was done with respect to the agenda, but also with respect to contacting the Library Commission for a response to the complaint. We pretty much got non-responsive responses, 3 from the administrator, a call initially with multiple reasons why her response was delayed, and then unfortunately a minute and 6 seconds later, the answering machine ran out of space. Another contact was that we should have telephoned her when we had done both telephone calls and emails. And finally, I'm on vacation this week. That was in late March. Basically, stuff about what we weren't able to get, but not what we were able to get. The chair called us the day of the meeting of the EOT and said that bottom line was they would have, he would help them determine what's going on. We sent an email saying that there had been no resolution and have not heard, apparently, from what happened earlier this, I guess I can expect to hear a response with regard to how this is going to be fixed. The minutes are devastatingly wrong from the EOT. In particular, what they say about our argument. We did not say we didn't have enough time. We said we were never called on and had 0 time. And we didn't say that
Speaker time has elapsed.
So those are not going to be fixed for another month or 2. Possibly the task force will already.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments?
Any other public comments?
Sorry.
Okay, public comment is closed. Please call the next item.
Next item on the agenda is item number 12, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything, folks? You don't want to bring it up to elongate the meeting somehow? Okay, I'm just going to rattle off 3 items that you should just think about. We get continual reports that respondents are getting advice from the city attorney that 6725 is for simple requests, and people are converting immediate disclosure requests to standard 6721 complaints. Just think about that. We should probably have a longer discussion about it sometime in the future. We heard some discussion around the rule of reason tonight. This is in state law, but like redactions, they got to give a reason for the rule of reason. It can't just be some blanket excuse for not doing the work. So, and lots of times it's used as a catch-all and we've gotten, when it comes up, we've gotten pretty strict about it. So just be on alert that if you hear about it, really ask what the reason is. And then the last one, which we struggled with tonight, was the balancing test. So think about what that means. If you have questions that you want to ask legal counsel, please go ahead and do that. Any one of you can engage them directly and ask them, and that you can get some answers from them there to help you along. That's all I got for the moment. Okay.
Is there any public comment on these announcements?
Yes, please.
Mr. Warfield, we can barely hear you at this point.
Perfect.
Could we also have task force members all on mute? I'm hearing background noise.
Mr. Warfield, if you're ready, please proceed.
Is that better in terms of volume?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I wanted to say that, first of all, definitely second all of the items that Chair Bruce Wolf has mentioned. Those have come up from time to time all over the place. I did want to say something about next request. We heard this evening at least one case in which there seemed to be a great deal of confusion about what did next request provide and what is the meaning of staff only, and frankly, what does that mean there? Staff only is, everything is a public record. It should be open. It seems to me that was a clear example of the technology getting in the way of a straightforward relationship. And that is, a requester asks an agency or an individual for a document, as an example, and then you get the document back. The first thing that's totally confusing, and I actually looked over my emails and found that we had some next request things that we didn't even recognize and had ignored quite some time ago. It's like making a request of the city attorney, for example, and getting an Amazon package from Illinois. The identification is completely obscure. And finally, most importantly, they require your agreement to the privacy terms and the terms of use before you can even do anything with that platform. And I think that's an outrageous requirement for somebody to simply get an answer to a question or a comment or a request. I think that's very wrong, and that needs to be basically trashed as an acceptable response mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public commenters? I do not hear any additional public comment on this item.
Okay. Thank you. Please call the next item.
Next item is adjournment.
I oppose. I object. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You don't want to go? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And this was a toughie. I appreciate you all hanging in there. Thanks. Okay. Feel good. Take care. See you through the month. We're adjourned. 10:42 p.m.